Hello, everybody, and welcome to Be Diced Adventures on this, our next episode of The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, a one-page dungeon submission by Andrew J. Young, adapted into campaign format for your viewing pleasure. I am joined with a smaller group of individuals. This is Dungeons & Dragons after all. What is it without a few scheduling issues? So, that being said, without further ado, let's introduce our wonderful and beautiful cast of characters, starting with Taylor.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on TikTok. I play Xanthi. She's a variant human sorceress with a lot of mental problems and even more of a drinking problem.
Followed by Victor.
Hi, I'm Victor. You may find me as Victor_the Storyweaver on TikTok, and I will be playing Borrow, the blind wandering monk.
And rounding out our cast for the first part of this evening, Tarzan.
Hi. It's me, Daddy Tarzan, 82855 on all social media platforms. I am playing a turkey barbarian. No, that's a wrong one. Chicken barbarian.
Spoiler alert.
Clucky McCluckerson. And we are fucked.
We are clocked.
We're clocked.
We will be joined by KJ later on this evening. Isaac and McKenna are out, so we will see what happens while Scree is off in the wasteland and Lovitar is helplessly paralyzed. That being said, without further ado, let us go into tonight's festivities.
Oh, yeah.
So, last time on on the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, our wonderful and illustrious crew of adventurers found out that, in fact, the countdown to the apocalypse was a clock that could not be stopped. And after a short conversation, discovered that what was, pun intended, powering the apocalypse was also going to be something that they could use to power their way out. After getting their crystal recharged, they fled the castle as a great beast was starting to awaken from its slumber. They managed to escape with riding their mounts that they had to actually kill somebody before taking. I'm not going to let you guys forget that for sure. That's not going to come back to haunt you at all. And were outrunning as this beast began to actually consume what they found to be a portal to the elemental plane of fire that was being used to actually incubate this doomsday creature. After a nice and gentle stroll through the apocalypse, they managed to get to the dimensional dial and power it once again, where they found themselves in a world broken, a world that was, let's say, post a very large war. At least that's how it appeared, with some very, very, very strange buildings and objects and things of that nature all around, and people wearing some strange armor. Our wonderful Scree took the crystal and was able to escape from these individuals who, under the authority of the, you guessed it, United States Armed Forces, arrested the party, some while resisting. They were brought into a military compound affectionately named the Castle, and they were all separated, and we got to see a little bit of a conversation between one general with our wonderful automaton cleric paladin Petrichor. That totally doesn't foreshadow anything bad happening at all, right? That being said, let us pick up with the following. Barrow, you are watching as you... nope, you're not watching. I take it back right away. Already messed up. You are patiently waiting in this interrogation room, your hands bound to the table in front of you. You are able to kind of, through your expanded senses, pick up a little bit of what is happening beyond you, or beyond the room that you are in. It seems that the only room that you can pick up that has one of your allies in it is the room that holds Xanthi, and we will find out what you were witnessing from her room later. You were also perceiving some guards walking back and forth, patrolling the hallway. There's one posted outside your room at all times, and about an hour goes by before footsteps begin to approach your door. And when it opens, a individual walks through, human, wearing a uniform of some type. They are they are masculine presenting. They walk in and sit down in front of you and pull out some notepads or some paper and writing instruments, and you hear them set down an object, a solid hard object, onto the table in front of you, and you hear something click shortly afterwards. And with your senses, you could also hear a slight winding sound as it's continually making this sound. And this individual speaks up, and you hear, Staff Sergeant Johnson interviewing individual caught in the restricted zone. Sir, if you don't mind, please identify yourself for the recording.
Oh, my name is Barrow. What is recording?
The tape recorder right here, and he kind of taps it a few times, picks it up and taps it on the table a little bit. It's pretty standard. I mean, you've had to have used something like this in the past, right?
I do not know that I have used machinery of the sort.
Did you get CDs maybe, or did you happen to recover something that was maybe like an MP3?
I'm afraid I am not familiar with the magic you speak of.
It's not magic. It's recording devices.
There is a friend of mine, Petrichor, the automaton. I would like to know if they are all right.
All of the individuals that you were apprehended with are safe. They are being questioned just like you are.
Very well.
All right, so let's cut right to the chase, shall we? For the record, I must address to those who are listening to the recording that obviously can't see what I'm seeing. You are 100% blind, correct?
Last I looked.
You can almost feel the smile uh, through your expanded senses, and you hear him like kind of stifle back a chuckle, clear his throat, and he just goes, "So why weren't you able to get prosthetics or perhaps surgery to correct it, something like that? Were you born blind?"
Oh, I was not born this way. However, I do not know if my blindness is something that will require correction. One might argue that it unfolded as it had to.
Very interesting take. So you don't feel like you are, for lack of a better term, handicapped in the world around you?
Let me ask you, if I were to ask you right now to tell me where all your guards and friends outside are, would you be able to tell me?
With a certain level of accuracy, yes.
Yet you wouldn't be able to tell me how many steps away from here they are, nor whether the fact that one of them is currently scratching their back. And one of them seems to have a cold, I believe. Hmm. So, I don't suppose I think myself handicapped.
You hear scribbles of scratching on paper for a moment, and after that, uh, so you are completely fine in this post-war ruined world that we have found ourselves in.
Well, I do not know much about this world that we are in, and there is not much that I can actually see of it. It is not the place where we were just hours ago.
Where'd you guys come from? Canada?
I am afraid I'm not familiar with that realm.
That realm is a bit of a stretch, but I mean, so you have no idea where you are.
No, no. But perhaps you could help us.
Words, let's see if any of them make any sense to you. Buffalo.
A creature, I suppose.
Not a place?
I'm sure that there are many places that are called like creatures.
Okay, all right, gotcha. New York.
Was there what happened to the old one?
From what I understand, they left that over in England.
I do not know what an England is. Is that an island?
You, it's part of one. There's a few little chain there. They call it the United Kingdom.
It seems as you're very eager to try to find out things about your realm from me, but unfortunately, there is not much that I know about it. We just arrived. So it might be
Uh,
wiser for you to ask questions about where we came from.
and where is it that you came from?
Well, we have been traveling through dimensions with a source of
Dimensions.
magic. Yes, with the source of magic, we've been able to go through them. We are trying to find our way back to ours. And yours, this realm that you call destroyed, with all your animal names, is one of the many steps along that journey. I assure you, as I try to assure your guards, that we mean you no harm, and we are merely seeking for our way back home.
Mr. Barrow, do you understand how difficult it is for me to believe that?
I do not know that I can fully understand how difficult it is for you to believe it, but I certainly understand the concept of struggling with belief.
What is it that you believe in?
Oh, I believe that there is a path before us, often unfolding with crossroads and choices to make. And it is for us to make the call of what turn we take, what friends we choose, what aid we offer.
So, you're from another dimension and you are trying to make your way back there and needed to take a pit stop in our dimension.
It wasn't a choice.
How not?
Our means of traveling are specific, not built by us. We knew that we needed to keep going, and we still do. Yours happens to be one of the many places where we need to stop before we continue.
So, what was stopping you from just skipping right over and going to the next one?
The magic that we use is limited. It's spent every time that we make a trip, and so we need to find another source to charge it so that we may continue.
I see. Well, hate to break it to you, but portable USB chargers are kind of a thing of the past now. So, it's going to be a little bit difficult, and that is provided that this thing runs on electricity.
I'm afraid I do not know what you speak of electricity.
Lightning, basically, but contained, smaller, if you will. This, and he taps the recorder again. He goes, "This runs on electricity."
Huh, I see. So
The
perhaps
lights
an
in the room. Oh,
artificer.
I apologize, but there are lights in the room, and they run on electricity also. A lot of our security systems run on electricity also. And this is entirely a foreign concept to you?
I'm afraid it is, although I can hear the humming.
Yeah, I mean, even I can hear it every now and then. So, with how you're describing your own senses, I feel the need to ask, do you need anything? Is that perhaps overstimulation? Are you like, it's not causing a migraine or anything, right?
No, not right now. As for what I need, I would like to ensure that my friends are all right and perhaps reunite them. I do not know to what end or for how long you intend to keep us concealed and in these rooms, but I assure you, despite the difficulties and behaviors and attitudes of some of my friends, we have no quarrel with you.
Borrow, roll me a persuasion check.
I am so average at those.
I know.
That's a 15.
You hear whatever the utensil is in this person's hand, this Staff Sergeant Johnson. You hear him stop writing, and then you hear a click sound from it before he sets it down. And after a pause and a deep breath, he says, I've already told you, and it's by no means any sort of misdirection, that your companions are safe. We do have to make sure that you are not a danger to any of our people here, first and foremost. I mean, you guys have what appears to be a like 7 foot tall turkey or something with you. So, I mean, we really gotta think about that. There's some strange stuff out there, but whatever that guy is something new, and we need to know what you are all capable of and what your objectives are.
What is it that you truly fear, Sergeant?
At the moment, what I fear is not being able to protect the people that I live with.
I see. Well, right now, my ability to hear is not allowing me to hear everything that is happening with those who I care about. So I suppose that in that regard, we are both afraid of the same thing.
Just trust the process, cooperate. That's a big one. And hopefully, you guys will be walking on out of here. In the meantime, you and your friends will bring you something to eat, some water, and we'll, again, as long as cooperation goes through and stuff, you're not gonna be able to leave yet, but might be able to bring in a cot and let you lay down, get some rest. Y'all look beat to hell. You guys look sunburned actually, which is weird because it's winter. Like, well, not winter, but like late fall. It's technically winter, but it hasn't started snowing yet. It's weird how the calendar works.
So this cooperation, you do understand that just as we are foreign to you, you are also foreign to us.
Well, that is what it appears to be. Pretty much this process is going to be ending with me trying to convince my superiors that what you are telling me is fact. And at the moment, it appears so. I mean, it doesn't either. You are an excellent liar, which I'm good at spotting liars. But,
Oh, I assure you, I see no reason to lie.
well, you're funny. I'll
Oh,
give you that. Hang on to that sense of humor. It gets a lot of people through this nightmare that we live in.
and what if your superior were to find us and our statements wanting?
Well, we would keep things going up or keep the conversation going until they were satisfied. We'll have to see how things go. It's up to you and the rest of your companions, and hopefully at a certain time we'd be able to get you all to work or to together so that you're not separated. But for the time being, this is the safest way to do things.
If I may request, and I am sure that you will hesitate about it, but should you find in your kindness, I would like to at least be reunited with Petrichor, the automaton. I care for them.
You hear him pick up the instrument again, and a little click sound, and some more notes being scribbled, followed by another click, and then it's being set down. He goes, I'll see what I can do when we get to that step.
That's all that we can do, isn't it? What we can do.
Catch on pretty quick. All right. Well, Mr. Barra, it's been a pleasure, and don't go anywhere. And he stands up and starts heading for the door.
I will try my best to stay here.
You hear the door click open, and a few moments later, it clicks closed, and you are left once again alone with your thoughts. What is going through Barrow's head as he is in a strange land with some strange people?
Um, Borrow uses the sound of the door closing and then the steps of the sergeant to basically activate his tremor sense, to try to use the sounds instead of him creating it, to try to use the sounds that are all around him to see if those sounds allow him to get a better sense of what's around him. all the while he's just really, for the first time in a long time, because before he was not with a party, he was just wandering on his own, but for the first time he's really finding himself at odds with what would he be even able to do in a place as strange and peculiar as this.
All right. With trying to spy through the various vibrations that are happening that you are aware of, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
It's a 21.
That's a darn good perception check. You hear the door close and these vibrations from these very heavy boots. And the floor is made out of some sort of hard material. It's not metal, it's not stone, it's something else, but it echoes really well. So you're actually able to get a sort of 3D picture of the hallway outside of your room and some uh, some variations in the walls where you know that this would be a door, and there's a few of them, and there's 3 of them that are evenly spaced, and then on the other side there's one door that you can kind of get a idea is one large room, and then there is the hallway goes off and turns to the left, and you get possibly one more door that you can infer with a 21 perception is kind of spaced almost in the same way as the ones that are next to you, but that is where your reach ends. The vibrations get a little too weak as he continues down the hallway and out of sight.
I'm going to say that what Bar is going to do after sensing that and not being able to catch anything else, having noticed how the echoing of the material that the floor is made of seems to echo, he is just going to spend the majority of his time in the cell doing this rhythmic tapping of his foot, where he's just like it's just a constant bam bam that is just him keeping this sort of radar sonar activated the whole time, as he's just continuously keeping track of guards walking by, whoever may be moving in the cells, anything that he's able to catch throughout the time that he's waiting.
And as you keep trying and you keep working to expand your senses, we move to another cell. Xanthi Nightingale.
Yes.
You've had a pretty rough past 24 hours.
Yeah. My other
How's
question is, are my drugs still working? They are not. All right.
It was getting close to the time when you guys were leaving the last dimension, and it's been an hour since then. You have come down.
All right.
You are tired, you are injured, and you are sober, which is potentially the toughest of them all.
Yeah. All right.
Let's bring everybody into Xanthi's headspace as she is in this, for lack of a better term, like maybe 15 by 15 interrogation room.
All right. So, how are Xanthi chained up currently?
So you were led into the room and sat down in a chair. There is a metal table, probably like 4 foot by 4 foot, that is bolted to the floor along with the metal chair that you're sitting on. And at the end of last session, I described how there was a little bar that was on top of the table, and the weird manacles that they have you in. One was passed through and then reattached to your wrist, so you are chained directly to the top of the table.
All right. So Xanthi, at this point, she is exhausted. She's got her arms chained to this table, and after the guards leave, she immediately just starts like yanking on it. And as she's yanking on it, her eyes would go to the shackles, and then it would go from the corners of the walls, and then it would go to the door, seeing if anybody's passing. She's still just yanking on it. She's notice of the bolts on the ground, and she starts kicking at bolts. And so she is like literally like, it's getting to the point to where like her wrists will be raw, and she is continuously yanking at this, and she is pretty much just heaving. She is like in absolute panic. She doesn't know where her friends are at. She is in a small ass room that reminds her of the cell that she had been kept in almost her whole life, and she is not in a good state right now. She is in full fight mode.
For the sake of argument, just roll me a strength check.
I am not good with strength checks, so
I'm aware.
That would be a
11. So it's you're yanking on it, you're yanking on these chains, you're kicking at these bolts, you're doing absolutely anything. We are seeing a caged animal, and what the people don't know is that it is actually a little bit of a caged dragon situation. And there is rage, there is fear, but these metallic bindings hold as they're supposed to. And yes, it is raw on your wrists, and kicking at these metallic implements, you're already sore, and it's not helping, but you press on. And after your hour alone in this room, the door opens, and wearing one of these gray, kind of sort of gray multi-toned uniforms comes in a human woman with blonde hair tied into a bun. She's holding like stacks of papers and this small strange box in her hand, and she has a small bag with her, and she lets the door close behind her and just kind of looks you up and down for a second. And my question to you is, do you stop when somebody comes in the room?
Xanthi, upon seeing the door open, she immediately like yanks back, and she doesn't really continue fighting. She's literally like, her body is as pressed against this chair as possible. She is trying to put as much separation between her and this stranger as she possibly can. Like, her wrists are literally strained against this metal, and like she is like, it looks like she could break her own freaking wrists at this point. She is trying everything she can to stay away from this woman.
Gotcha.
And she is kind of just sitting there, just like it looks like almost like a cornered animal, just absolutely feral.
Alrighty. So she walks up and begins setting things down, and kind of as she's setting up that weird box, she sets to the side, and you hear a little click. And as
she starts making even more at the chains, like seeing this box, she's like, what the fuck is this?
She continues setting things up, takes a moment, and you hear her say, Lieutenant DePadre, interrogating one of the individuals apprehended in the restricted zone. I am being told that you are called Xanthi, is that right?
She just sits there for a moment. She's silent. She looks down at the shackles on her wrist, and she looks back up at the woman. She goes, "How the fuck do you know my name?"
My superior has already spoken with your automaton friend, and I was given a little bit of a sort of preemptive talk about how this should go.
Xanthi,
So,
upon hearing about Petrichor, just immediately responds with, "What have you done with them? Are they okay?" Like
they're fine.
And she immediately responds with, "How the fuck am I supposed to trust you with that?"
Well, I understand that under even normal circumstances, that's not an easy thing to do. But beyond that, knowing that Petrichor told us to be gentle with you, that there should probably be, it's probably going to take a little bit. So I don't expect you to trust me. I just have some things that I need to do, and I'm going to start here. And she pulls this from the bag, about yay tall, clear sort of container that has a liquid that looks like water in it. And you hear a little click as she twists a lid off the top, and she sets it in front of you. And a few moments afterwards, she reaches into the bag and sets down a small, kind of flimsy looking cup in front of you that has two tiny round objects in it.
Two tiny round objects in it.
Mm-hmm.
Xanthi, she looks at the bottle and she looks at the cup. She this scowl, just one blue, one red. She just like her facial expression just turns into this downward scowl. Like she looks pissed. She then glares at this woman and she goes, "I've been down this road before. No."
I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why I'm going to tell you that I put them in front of you so that if you wanted them, you could take them. I'm not going to make you take them. But I will tell you that whatever you're going through, these will help alleviate some symptoms, if you will.
And she just kind of looks at it and she and at this point you can kind of tell with her adrenaline kind of leaving her system a little bit, she's shaking. She's obviously going through withdrawals at this point. And she just kind of looks at it and she goes, "What the fuck kind of candy is this supposed to be?"
It's an anxiety medication. It should help your nerves calm down and anything going on.
Medication?
Yeah, it's something to just make your nerves calm down so that you're not as worked up about a lot of things.
I've never heard of that spell. What are you talking about?
Spell? No, it's medicine. It's they're pills.
Pills? What are pills?
Right here, and she kind of points and goes, small, doses of medicinal compounds in a nice, convenient little swallowable form. Don't chew them; they taste horrible if you do that.
This is candy. This isn't healing potions.
It is not a healing potion, and it's also not candy. Don't try to bite down on it. It doesn't taste sweet.
Look, I'm not your fucking lab rat, okay?
Oh, this isn't an experiment. This is purely me trying to help out. And again, you don't have to take them.
I've never seen shit. What the fuck?
Okay.
You can just see her kind of just getting flustered and again, she's just very confused. She is no. she's getting deja vu very bad.
Okay, well, we don't have to take him. She kind of like takes it and moves it back to her side of the table and goes, "That one over there, that's just water. I mean, that should help too."
It says the stream's having some connection issues. Are we all good?
Everything's looking fine on my end, so we're good.
Okay. Yeah, and do I look
You
okay
were
on?
you were lagging. Yeah, you look fine. You were lagging a little bit, so I think we're past it.
Okay. All right. Cool. So at that point, Xanthi just kind of just stays quiet. She has her hands in front of her. She still like she's curled up. Her body is just still pressed against this chair, and she is just staring this woman down. And she like her breathing just kind of slows a little bit, and she's still shaking. And she goes, "What the hell do you want from us? We didn't do anything. We literally come to this fucking dimension, and the next thing we know, we're fucking being pinned on the ground when Borrow wasn't even trying to be threatening. Like, I understand, like, I kind of lose my shit here and there, but what the fuck is wrong with pinning down an old blind man?"
Well, I mean, look, our patrol officers had to do what was going through their standard operating procedures. They were, you guys were just in a building that was supposed to have been abandoned. They didn't know who you guys were. You guys are dressed very interestingly, which is, that also is a little bit of a cause for alarm. And one of you looked like a walking corpse, if I'm reading the notes correct. And I mean, that's just something that can happen.
He's kind of a dick, but he's okay, I guess.
And you see her kind of like write down in notes, and she kind of looks
Xanthi is like keeping an eye on us. She's like writing down notes because she's seen this kind of shit before, and she's just like, "Don't overanalyze that."
It's not really an analysis. It's more so just reporting, like your friend Petrichor, I believe, told us that you had some things from This is why I came in. This is why I was brought in here with water and medication to try to keep the situation calm, rather than a soldier who was going to do an interrogation. So,
isn't this not an interrogation?
I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. It still is, but it's not really our standard interrogation. There's usually a lot less formality. And, usually it wouldn't be me doing it, but they decided that I have a friendly face. And she just kind of gives an awkward smile.
All faces look friendly until they do shit to you. I know better.
That awkward smile slowly fades, and she just kind of, right you are. So, anyway, so you say you're not from this dimension. Okay. So just what's the what's your journey? What is the end goal?
Look, I was just trying to do a job. I wasn't expecting to be stuck with this group as long as I was, but when you're stuck going through dimension after dimension with crazy shit and man-eating plants and giant fucking monster dragons that just want to burn the earth down to the ground, kind of had no choice but to stick with them. And they ain't bad, but I will say I am not very used to being around people.
Alrighty, I got you. And there's a little bit of notes, and she says, "So you said that you were just doing a job that sounds kind of to me. Are you like a mercenary, or?"
We were just trying to find a missing scientist. Granted, I could care less, but the money is good.
Okay, I got you. Missing scientist. There's those around here. Do you mind if I ask who you're looking for?
I can't remember their name at the top of my head. Doctor something. I don't know. I don't fucking know. And because again, she is sober. Her brain is on complete fight mode. She Like, and she's gone through so much shit in the quest. It's almost like the main quest has been forgotten. It's just more been a means of survival at this point for her.
Right. I get it. She's learning. So she kind of like tries to calm me down for saying like, hey, I get it. It's fine. You know, that's just details. So you're looking for the scientist and can't find them, and you end up going through dimensions and man-eating plants and giant monsters.
Yeah.
I mean, are you sure that you're not just talking about the, like the man traps that we've heard about in Texas? We haven't, you're not just talking about some of the like,
Mantra, Texas.
yeah, they're like
Texas.
it's it's an area of the United States of America. It's one of the
Look, lady, I don't even know what fucking city the United States of America is. I don't know what the fuck a Texas is. We literally are just trying to get to the next dimension, and we will be out of your hair. If y'all just minded your own business, we wouldn't have this issue.
So how could we help you get there? How about that? Let's see if that is something that we can have happen.
Why would you want to help us in the first place?
Well, I mean, why not? You're people.
Xanthia just kind of goes silent for a moment there, and she just looks at this individual and she goes, I don't know. As for how to help us, we don't even know anything about this world. And honestly, just let me and my friends go, and we can go and get done what we need to get done, and we will be on our way.
Well, I mean, I can tell you about this world. I mean, I just, ask away. This doesn't, have to be a one-sided investigation. You guys clearly have things you need to figure out. What do you guys need?
Do you have any magic pawns or a magic sun?
No. Magic isn't really. Magic is something that a person gets hired to do for children at a birthday party. Like, it's card tricks.
No. Magic is
kind of like, does the thumb trick. Oh wait, I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, do it like the little thumb trick. She tries to do that and also fails at it.
When she does the thumb trick, Xanthia again just freaks out.
Oh shoot! No! It's just
what is wrong with you?
Nothing. It's just it's just a
That's
trick.
not magic. That is dismemberment.
Well, no, I still have my thumbs. It's all fine.
This Vlad is fucking batshit. Get me the fuck out of here.
All right, okay, just calm down. Again, we're trying our best to figure out what your guys' situation is so that we can all come to a good, nice, peaceful resolution.
This didn't exactly start off peaceful. How do I know it's going to continue to be peaceful?
Well, because now we know that you guys are a unique situation and you guys aren't crows.
Crows?
Yeah, the crows. They're a resistance movement. It's some upstarts that think that they are better off wandering and out in the very unsafe areas of the wasteland.
Well, if you're locking people in small rooms like this and chaining them up, I kind of don't blame them.
Oh, absolutely not. We just, we were assuming that you were with the crows. They are, they're actively trying to, like stop us and hurt me and my fellow soldiers here, just because they think they're right and we're wrong. And it's not really about, right and wrong. It's about keeping everybody safe and stuff and so on and so forth. We have plenty here.
Well, look, we're not crows. We're adventurers, and we're trying to get our shit done so we can get the fuck home and we can get the fuck back to our lives.
Alrighty, I gotcha. So, with that, I'm going to take that, to my superiors. I'm going to tell them what I've learned here, and hopefully we'll try to get some things, like you said, continue to be peaceful and moving forward so that everybody gets to go home, whether that is me down the hall or you to another dimension.
Xanthi just kind of looks at her and she goes, if you want to start off with being peaceful or keeping things peaceful, you could just unchain us.
So, given your situation, I was actually told that if I felt that you could be safe, I could take your chains off to try to make you more comfortable. Can't leave the room yet, but I could take those handcuffs off of you. We don't want to put you in a spot where you feel uncomfortable and then you potentially hurt yourself or someone else. So if you can promise me that that is not what's going to happen if I take those off of you, then I can take them off.
Xanthi looks the woman straight in the eyes and she goes, I'm going to be honest with you. With my mental state, you're safer if you take them off than if you keep them on.
Roll your choice of persuasion or intimidation, because that could go either way.
I'm going to do persuasion. Or hold on. Yeah, I'm going to do persuasion. I have +7 in persuasion. That will be a 17 + 7.
Very good. So with that, she kind of like gets a little wide-eyed and does the slow nod and goes, the individual states that her mental state would be better if the handcuffs were taken off of her. Lieutenant De Padre will be removing the handcuffs. And you see her reach back into that bag, and there's a slight jingle as there's some small, very small, but very strange looking. I mean, they kind of look like keys. So she gently, like, looking up at you every inch of the journey across this table, puts the key into these manacles that you're wearing, and you feel them kind of click off and they're taken away. And she kind of holds them in her hand, kind of looks down and goes, feeling a little more at ease?
Xanthi just starts rubbing her wrists, and if the woman's watching, she can take notice of like old scarring and shit from the bounds that she had from in the labs. And she just takes a deep breath and she goes, yeah. And she looks at the woman and she goes, I mean no harm, but I am just warning you as well as everybody else here. Don't touch me because I'm not responsible for how I will react. And she's just being bluntly honest. She knows how her fucking state is. And she's pretty much just kind of like, she goes to the point of, because it'll get to the point to, if anything happens or if anyone touches me or the people I care about, it's not, we're trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. And she simply stated that very bluntly. And almost in a way of just being like, I can't control what I do if you fucking pull some shit on me.
She nods and she goes, that's all well and good. So, I'm going to leave this here. And she points to the water, the vessel that she said was water. I'm also going to leave this here. And if it just stays there, that's completely up to you. Whatever word I have with you, they're helpful. But aside from that, I mean, we're going to try to bring you some food maybe so that you can take have something to eat. You guys look like you've been through the ringer. And
You have
beyond
no
that,
idea.
I'm sure I don't, but we're probably going to try to bring you, it's not going to be much, but it'll be some kind of bed so you guys can kind of get some rest. But I mean, is there anything else that I can ask to try to bring you?
Xanthi's going to sit there for a moment. And she's just gonna look at the woman, and Tarzan already knows. Xanthe is just like, "Do you have any booze?
Excuse me?
Do you have any booze? Whiskey, beer, alcoholic beverage?"
I mean, yeah, but I mean, no, forgive me, but that kind of seems counterproductive to your condition.
It's the opposite of counterproductive when it comes to me tolerating reality.
So I can't make any guarantees because alcohol kind of has a reputation, but I can ask and we can see if maybe I can get you something. Um, Actually, before I leave, this does remind me. I was told to ask you a specific question. And she kind of starts flipping through some notes, and she goes, I am being told to investigate what if you are exactly like if you are actually human, because from what I'm reading from the report of your arrest, you were hit with enough tranquilizer to knock out a fully grown horse and you kept standing. So they want to know why.
Xanthe,
And I
she
was
just
probably supposed to word that in a more clever way so that you didn't know all of that. But yeah, they kind of want to know why you were able to take that shot.
Xanthe like kind of tilts her head aside. She's like, "Are you talking about the thing that they shot into my shoulder that tickled?"
Yeah, yeah, that one. You know, the tranquilizer dart that was filled with very powerful paralytic.
Okay,
You
so I've
seem
heard
to
of a
cover
dart,
up.
but a tranquilizer dart?
Yeah, it's and she kind of points to the pills that she talked about and goes like, this is not a tranquilizer, but like this will kind of helps the mind. A tranquilizer actually affects the body. It will make your muscles stop responding the way they're supposed to. It might actually even put you to sleep. So at least that's what it's supposed to do.
Xanthe kind of just thinks it over for a second. She goes, "So it was supposed to put me to sleep?" Ma'am, I've been pumped up with so many drugs. That was supposed to put me to sleep?
Yeah.
That didn't even give me a slight buzz.
Noted. Okay. All right. Noted. And she kind of nods and makes a little bit of a note and kind of starts packing things up. And she goes, I'll see what I can do. But again, you gotta. We're working on me giving what my word means to you, but your word to me means an awful lot right now, and I just need it that if I might be able to get you something, but it's got to come with the promise that it's actually going to calm you down instead of make you more rowdy.
Booze.
Okay.
That's literally her only response is, "If you want to knock me out, get me booze."
Well, and she just kind of like mutters to herself and starts writing in, and she packs her things up, stands, goes, Xanthe, I will more than likely see you soon. And I hope that things can continue to cooperate as they have been.
She
She
just kind of sits there.
she heads to the door and knocks on it twice. Definitely not taking her eyes off of you, but the door opens. She literally steps backward out of it, and it closes, and you hear a click afterwards. So, alone again.
So one of the first things Xanthe does is that she takes these pills and she's going to stash them away somewhere in her on her person, and she's gonna kind of just look at the bottle of water. She's gonna is it still uncapped? She's gonna sniff it, try to see if there's like any tranquilizers or anything in them.
Roll a perception check.
Okay. That's a 3.
Smells like water.
Smells like water.
Definitely doesn't smell like booze. That's something that comes up.
She's going to simply put the water down, and she's just going to leave it there, and she's just going to pretty much just look for any way out possibly. She's just going to kind of start pacing the room, and that's about it.
You're alone for maybe half an hour.
Can we hold for just a second? I really need to pee. I'm so sorry.
That is fine. We will move to the next room. Thank you very much. And the next room is the one that everybody has been waiting all night for.
This is going to
The artist formerly known as Clucky McCluckerson. You are chained to this table. I mean, you, even as an anthropomorphic chicken, you understand, you know these concepts, you've seen them throughout your life, you know what they all are, you know that you are bound to this. What's going through Clucky's head?
He is literally just thinking about his group. He's in full protection mode, but he's also heeding the orders that he's received from Barrow to stay calm and whatnot. So he's just Petrichor, Barrow, Xanthi, Lovitar, Petrichor, Barrow, Xanthi, Lovitar. That's all that's pacing through his mind right now.
Okay. So, much like everybody else, you spend an hour in this room alone. And the door clicks and then opens, and a shorter human, ginger, kind of squirrely looking, kind of like fumbling with some papers and stuff. He comes in kind of like, is fumbling with papers, and the door kind of clicks behind him. And once it does, it's almost like at that moment when he hears the door close that he realizes, I'm in the room now, and he looks up, and you just see him just kind of, hi. Okay. And he takes a step forward, like very cautiously, and starts setting some things down, puts some things, he's got like a small little box with him, and kind of sets that to the side. And then there's another little box as well that he kind of like picks it up, looks it over, looks at you, sets it on the side of the table, and in silence just kind of looks at you, and click. This is this is Private First Class Barry, interviewing one of the individuals apprehended in the restricted zone. So can you understand me?
Upon seeing the human interact with the
You were
object that
frozen. I thought that you were just staring stone cold at this guy. It was beautiful.
Oh, I was.
Okay.
No, I was stoic the whole time. Like that. Clucky's just staring at him, and then he sees him manipulate the object, and he leans over and extends his neck and pecks at the device.
We're gonna decide something right now. Okay, so you peck at it, and you just kind of just don't leave that alone. It's expensive. So can you understand me? Do you? Can you nod? All right. Let's try a
He
different
leans in
method.
a little bit.
We're going to try a different method. And he reaches into the box and pulls out 2 small round, they're flat but round objects, and sets them in front of you. And they're about like palm sized. One is green and one is red. Both of them have what appear to be, Clocky can read, right? Or no?
I don't think he would have learned how to read. I think he can associate, though.
So with that, he's just kind of like going to set them. They're right by where your hands are bound. And as he like looks up at you, he puts his hand on the green one and kind of pushes, and you hear, yes. And you see a red. He puts his hand on the red one and pushes, and you hear, no. Yes. Can you understand me?
He leans over and pecks at the green one.
Yes. Okay. All right. See, now we're we're communicating. All right. We've made it somewhere. So, and he like starts scrambling through notes all of a sudden. He just kind of looks and goes, your friend, the smaller one, the really do you know automaton?
Green.
Yes. And okay, yes. Yeah. So they say you are, and he kind of flips the paper over and goes, Clucky? I'll take that as a yes. Okay. And just kind of, like nods, goes, okay, Clucky. So I was brought in here because I'm not very important, but I tend the castle's livestock, so they wanted me to check. Are you a chicken?
Green.
Yes. Okay. So have you been? And he, like kind of flexes, and there's no muscle when he flexes. He just kind of, just like, have you been big like this your whole life, like all time?
He leans over towards the red, pecks the red one.
No. Okay. So were you made like this by like a scientist, maybe? And you just kind of like, I don't know. So do you know what scientist means? Like a smart person, like a person who like, and he just kind of like pantomimes like pouring things into beakers and goes, my creation, life, give my creation life.
Clucky rears back and his feathers puff up at the neck, and
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. All right, so you weren't not. All right, so we're gonna check. We're gonna cross off mad scientist from the list. Was there like a bright light and then you became real big?
leans over to red, pecks at it.
No. Okay, so it didn't happen during one of the blasts. All right. Sure. Okay. So where you so your friend, and he flips the paper over again. He goes, Petrichor. Yeah, we're gonna go with automaton. Automaton works. Yeah, so your friend the automaton says you guys are not from here.
Green.
Okay, so he kind of like nods and goes, you're they made it seem like you came from, how do I explain this to a chicken? From somewhere far away.
Green.
Okay. So, do you know what countries are? Are you from another country?
He doesn't respond.
Okay. This is just all right. Well, I'm just gonna cross that off. This is really weird. So I just all right. Well, we're just gonna go through the list of questions that they really wanted to know, and you see him like flip over, and the paper is just filled with scribbles of writing, and he just kind of looks, and you see him go, so Clucky, are you and his eyes get really big, and he looks up at you, and he looks down, and he goes, "They have you killed anyone?"
Without hesitation, green.
Why? Oh, you can't
Green.
do that.
Green.
Like with you poking green a few times, it kind of like looks up at you and like gets really concerned, and he just goes, "Clucky, do you like killing people?"
Green. Green. Green.
And he slides back in his chair. um. Oh. Are you dangerous?
Green. 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 Green.
Clucky, do you want to hurt me?
He looks him over. Red.
And it's just the biggest sigh of relief. This is just okay, all right. So, okay,
Green. Red. Green. Red.
you don't know.
Green.
Okay, all right. Do you kill like bad people?
Green. Red.
You don't know. You don't know if they're bad people, or you don't know what I mean. And then he points. He goes, "This one, if you don't know if they're bad, and this one, if you don't know what I mean." And points to the red one.
Red.
Okay. Can't believe I'm about to ask this to a chicken. Do you get the concept of good and evil?
Green.
Okay, so like evil people, bad people. So do you kill evil people?
Green.
He like gets a little relieved and then waits because last time you switched over to red, so he was waiting.
Clucky
Okay.
just stares.
Clucky, do you think that I'm an evil person?
Red. Green. Red. Green.
Okay. All right. So you're not sure. Well, all right. I guess that's fair. We just met. Um. Okay. Oh, so you kill bad people. That's good to know. Do you think? Let's put it this way. Would you be? How do I ask this question? could I prove to you that I am not a bad person? I guess that's a little tough of a question. Let's just take it all back a second. Clucky, are you hungry?
Green.
Okay, I got you. So they said that you were probably a chicken, so and he kind of like reaches in and pulls out like a small bag and pulls it open and holding the bag in his hand kind of offers it to you, and it is birdseed. He goes,
Is the bag of feed familiar?
make a perception check.
Where's my D20? Come to daddy. There you are.
Playing D&D, you don't get out a D20. Come on.
It's going to be a 12.
I mean, it looks like a bag of feed. If you were trying to identify it as somebody's bag of feed, no.
Okay. Clucky's going to reach for it with his hands.
Which, after a moment, and you come to the end of it, and he's just going, oh, okay, all right, and just kind of like leans forward and puts the bag in your hands.
He will start eating from it.
All right. So you start eating and such, and he just kind of like lets you go. All right, okay. So you eat birdseed. That's good to know. Do you eat meat?
Yes.
Okay. Is it? All right. Okay, I gotcha. I know that chickens like can eat meat, but they shouldn't normally. But I mean, so Clucky, your friend the automaton made it seem like you were from a very far away place. Are you trying to go home?
Yes.
Okay. So they wanted me to ask if you could tell me how you would get home, but I don't think that I could do that with this. So do you think that maybe we could try to help you in some way to get you and your friends home?
Clucky will lean in, look over the private. He looks at the buttons before him and pecks. No.
No. Why not? Okay, you can't answer why not. You're and he's like flipping through notes again, and he gets to a point where he just goes, is it because magic, we don't have magic? Is that why?
Yes.
Okay, all right. The chicken believes in magic. All right. So we don't have magic, but we have technology, and he like kind of points to the lights in the ceiling that are lit, and he goes like, technology, like, that's not magic, that's technology. And he points to the recording device that's on the table, and he goes, this is also technology. This records sound and stuff like that. Those up there, they produce light. It's we have things that we've made out of things that will make things happen. I have no idea if you're getting these concepts, but like, it could seem like magic, but it's not magic. So if we had something like magic, do you think that would help you?
No. Yes.
You don't.
No.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yes.
Okay. So, and he kind of goes back to that list, and he goes, I have a list of names here, and they want to know who your leader is. So, and he like kind of picks up the list, and it's shaking in his hand, and he points at the green one, and he just says, "Borrow," and then he points at the red one, and he goes, "Xanthi." Is it either of them that's your leader? Okay, all right. And he like looks back at the list and he goes, Petra, like pointing at the green one. He goes, Petra, the automaton, and then he points at the red one and he goes, Lovatar.
His neck furls up at the mention of Lovatar. His chest puffs out a little bit.
We'll come back to that one. Okay. Well, that doesn't seem. Clucky, do you have a leader? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Is your leader one of the crows? Does crows mean anything to you? The anticipation. Like the group, the crows, is that one of are you a crow? Not no. Do you belong to the crows?
No.
No. Okay. All right. That's good. Well, they want to know who your leader is. You said you have one, but it's none of your friends. That wouldn't. Clucky, are you the leader?
Yes. 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 Yes.
His face has never looked more concerned. Oh man. Yeah, he's just kind of like nods and goes, I don't know how I'm gonna explain that. We'll have to see how that goes. So what's the problem with this Lovatar fella? Is he the dead looking one?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So he's the dead looking one. Is he dead?
Yes.
Has he been dead? Like for a while?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Clucky, he was moving by the reports. He was up and like fought with our security officers. So can he fight even though he's dead?
Yes. No. He motions like he tries to feign like he's weak. Like
he's weak. He's not a fighter.
no.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yes. No. No. Yes.
I need therapy. So, all right. So you don't like Lovatar?
He hesitates for a second. No.
Lovatar?
Yes.
Oh. You guys going
Yes.
through it?
No.
You guys going through a rough patch?
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, okay. They want me to ask if there's anything I can get you, but I don't think that I really can do that. I've given you food. We're gonna bring you water to drink. But yeah, I would ask for other things, but I'm going to double check now that we've talked a little bit more. Clucky, do you think that I'm an evil person still, or no? Or have you decided? Not have you decided, that's really open-ended. Do you think that I'm evil?
No. He hovers over green for a second. Goes back to red. No. Yes.
That's 2 no's and a yes, so all right. Well, hopefully in a little bit we'll get you and your friends together again, but it's gonna be a moment.
Yes.
So
Yes. Yes. Yes.
all right, all right. And he kind of like picks up the tooth, and then he looks back at you and goes, "Somebody else might come in here. I'll leave these with you." And he puts them back, and then he just
Yes. 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 Yes.
all right.
Yes.
You're doing good. Okay. Clucky, you are the most interesting thing that's ever happened in my life. So, thank you. Um, and we'll talk soon, I think. Yeah, okay. And he kind of like nods and awkwardly stands up, goes to walk out, spins back around and starts picking all his things back up because he forgot them. And once he gets them all together, he'll just kind of walk over and open up the door, walk out.
Clucky's going to stand up and try and follow him. I know, he's chained.
Yeah, you hit the chain. Oh, I shouldn't because I know it can go horribly, but do I want to?
Just put the fear of God in this guy.
Yeah, just a normal strength check.
All right.
I set a DC when Taylor had it, and I'm gonna keep the same one because it's the same mechanisms and such.
It's gonna be a nasty 20.
A nasty 20. So you go to just step just with the walking, and you hear the chains kind of clink, and you come to a stop. And when you look back, the where your manacles are hooked up, normally kind of like this shape, kind of bumped up a little bit.
Whoops.
You're still chained, but yeah, it like kind of bent a little bit, and like you look down at it, you look back at Private First Class Barry, and like you can catch as that happened, he's looking back up at you because he was just looking at it again. Stay, 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 and just closes the door.
I fucking love it.
So, alone again. Clucky, what are you thinking?
Clucky, he doesn't know what to think about these people. He's unsure. He's still nervous about being alone and not near his companions. That's why his initial thought was to stand up and proceed out the interrogation room with the interrogator, because he's ready to be reunited with his companions. So he's getting anxious.
Well, you are alone and anxious, and that is how things remain for a good amount of time. Welcome, KJ.
Hello.
How are you doing this evening?
I'm tired. That's what I am.
You and me both. Alrighty. That being said, a little bit of a game to play. And I think that you remember where you left off.
I do.
A little bit of a interrogation room scenario after your meeting with the general. And you're left alone for some time, and the door opens. And another individual comes in, somebody that you haven't seen before. They have a they're not wearing the same uniform that everybody else has, like the pants from that uniform, but up top it's just, like a normal shirt that has some what you could actually recognize because of your nature as like oil stains on it here and there. And this individual has a pair of goggles on top of their head, and they're holding a large metal box in their hand. And he kind of like comes in and shuts the door, and he goes, I was asked if there was anything I can do to fix you up.
Oh, yes. And they'll just kind of wave this individual over.
They'll kind of, like walk over and take a seat, like, set the box on the table and kind of take a seat, looking down at you. And they definitely look confused, but yeah, they're just like, all right, well, let's see what we're looking at here.
Petra will begin explaining at least their outer structure and how it works and how they're pieced together, which is less mechanical and more like enchantment based. But they'll just like start pulling off, like on their sleeves, the casing that's been chipped in a couple of places and it's rusted. And they'll just kind of slide that off, exposing the interiors of their arm, and just kind of like hand it over for this individual to look at.
And he'll like take it and just kind of like nod and a lot of right, yeah, and just like kind of look at things as you're pointing them out. And, oh, all right, I see. And when you kind of like give him the rundown of your ailments, not really sure how else to put it, he'll just kind of give you a nod and just go, I'm not really used to a lot of this. Usually something rolls into the shop and I just kind of turn it off and do what I got to do with it. But I was told that's probably a bad idea.
If it would make you feel more comfortable, I could shut down.
Wow. You see, I was told that this process was supposed to make you more comfortable, so I don't think that my well, yeah, I know that like fixing you up is gonna make you feel better, but like, me being here and helping you is supposed to be, what's making you feel better. It's not for my benefit. They're also asking me to try to figure out what is different between you and our normal automatons, which there appears to be quite a lot. Like you're missing some pieces maybe that are integral to automatons actually working, like hard drive and a motherboard and yeah, like
well, that's
wires.
kind of more simplified on me.
Yeah, I'm gathering because what you're describing to me is witchcraft and hoodoo, and I that ain't my expertise. So like I'm gonna do my best to fix you up and kind of like put all the things back where they're supposed to be and make sure that they're not broken and they're operating the right way.
I think outside of just cosmetic looks on my exterior. There might be a couple of wires on what you would consider my motherboard that I might have to point out that might be a little loose. I don't know. I can't check.
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at that, but that part is supposed to be, that part is, but we're gonna, I gotta like take you down for that. At this point, they kind of just want me to like fix it. Like it literally looks like you just got out of a dogfight with uh, with the entire Russian army. So I mean, we're really trying to figure out.
What are Russians?
It's another country. Yeah, they're it's a long story. But yeah, so we're kind of yeah, they want me to make sure that like everything works and stuff, and kind of get you where you're supposed to be. But like all the other stuff, we're gonna have to wait a little bit. The general said he wants to talk to you again after a doctor comes in to check on you as well.
It might actually be quite beneficial if I did shut down for a little bit. I have been in some rough situations recently.
And he's gonna like kind of scratch his head and he goes, I was told that you're not quite like our automatons, and in the way that it was described to me and what you're saying right now, are you telling me that you want to take a nap?
That is the closest thing to what you can understand, yes.
Kid wants nap time. I mean, if you'd like, I can just leave you alone for a bit. I mean,
Well, you can work on me while I'm asleep. I just have to stay motionless. You can do whatever work you need to.
All right, well, let's give it a go, I guess. He just kind of laughs and goes, what the hell am I doing? And he knocks on the door and they bring in a fold out cot and tell you that you can lay down if you want. And for the most part, so you kind of are just inactive, but you can still perceive things.
Yep.
It takes a little bit and you can still perceive, he does kind of take off a piece of the casing, will grab it with pliers, bend something back in place. He's kind of got what is it's like a small little handheld device that when he touches it to certain parts, it creates a big spark, and when he kind of pulls it back, it's kind of welded together. And he kind of does that in a few places to kind of make sure that pieces go back where they are. And with you still being able to, like talk and stuff, he'll ask you every now and then, like, if I do this here, is that going to like mess something up? Or, making sure that what is not mess with the enchantments that are on your body. But as far as he knows, is like, he's not messing up your decorations that somehow make you work. So, yeah. He works for quite a bit, and it's the equivalent of bringing you back to, let me double check what your max HP is.
61.
61.
I'm
Basically
at 40
brings you up
currently.
to you're at 40. Yeah, he can kind of get you to like 55. It's kind of, fixing all the superficial stuff. But yeah, like he kind of said, that they would plan to do the rest, or you could rest and heal up as normal. However, when he kind of like finishes up and puts the last piece back in place, he kind of looks, and he's been mostly quiet but intrigued, and like he's trying to learn what's going on here. And when he kind of finishes up, he looks and he goes, you are a incredibly unique piece of machinery. You know that?
I do.
I don't think that anybody on this planet could even possibly come close to making whatever you are, especially the way you are.
Well, I understand that. Apparently, you don't have much magic here.
Yeah, like, you know, I mean, David Blaine was a thing, I guess, you know, about 100 years ago. And he kind of did some stuff that people couldn't explain, but that was about it.
I have no idea who that is, but I'm not going to ask.
It's all right. I've seen some recovered videos. You know, he like did this like floating thing, and it was kind of cool. But you know, and he did one where like he set some sort of holding breath record. I don't think that's magic, but I mean, it's something he did. So with that, I'll leave you to it. You can probably get a little bit more of a nap in, but like I said, a doctor is going to come speak with you. All right, and awkwardly just gets up, packs his things, and heads out of the room. And a short while afterwards, a person comes in wearing the normal uniform, and they kind of sit down. It's a man. He's got short hair and a pair of glasses on, and he looks at you and he goes, "Petrichor, correct?"
Yes.
All right. So I am a army psychologist. You can call me Dr. Fisher. I'm being told to figure out if you're actually sentient, because it seems like you are, but we're not quite sure if it's just a really good replica, if you will.
I can
So,
assure you I
I'm
have
going to ask you
sentience.
some questions. Well,
Of course.
the United States Army has to do their own tests. That's what we get paid for.
I understand.
So he kind of like flips through things, and he just says, "So, just for the record, your name is Petrichor.
Yes,
Do you like that name?
I do. It's the only one I've been
What does
known by.
Petrichor mean? What does Petrichor mean?
Petrichor is the description of the smell of rain, or the smell of the earth after it rains.
Very good. Have you witnessed this phenomena before?
I have.
Petrichor out in the wild? You are able to smell the earth after it rains?
Not quite the
Okay.
same as you do, but similar.
Is it pleasant?
For the most part. Depends on the area you're in.
Alrighty, gotcha. Makes sense. If back to it being your name, if you were able to choose your name, would you choose Petrichor or would you choose something else?
I think I would stick with Petrichor. It is
Why
what all
is
those
that?
who care about me know me by.
What about people who don't know you? Would you call yourself something else to them?
No.
Intriguing. Alrighty. Let's see here. I'm gonna give you a question, and I need to let me see if I can word this differently. Where you come from, are there vehicles? Let's call that, you know, like things that people ride in or on. Like not an animal, like, you know, so like, I mean, do you have cars or trains or stuff like
Like
that?
the thing that you
That was probably a truck. Yeah, something like that.
we do anything like that. We do have some form of vehicle though.
Okay. So picture this, all right? Whatever one of those vehicles are, picture that you're in charge of it. You are driving it, or piloting, whatever the case may be. And in front of you, on the path, you know that you can't go off of this path, because then the whole vehicle tips over and you will not survive. So for the sake of argument, you cannot leave the path. There are two paths in front of you. One of them has 5 people that you've never met before, and the other one has, and he flips the paper over, borrow. Both of them are laying down, and you know that on either of these paths, you will run over and kill anybody on those paths.
Well, if I'm in control of the vehicle, could I not just stop it?
No. Whatever the vehicle is, whatever you would normally do to make it stop is it doesn't work currently. It must keep going, and it must stay on the path.
I do not hurt people. And it's quite the opposite of what I do. Do I have to choose?
Yeah.
I do not like this question.
Walk me through how you're trying to come up with an answer.
For the greater good, it'd be better to have the 5 people survive. So then you would go the route that Borrow is. But Borrow is my friend, and he takes care of me. So I wouldn't want to do that, but the other route causes more destruction. But he means more to me than those people do. But there's more value in life in those people than in just one person. He would be understanding. But
So, my question with this is, the answer isn't really important in order to determine what I need to figure out with you. You see, a automaton would quantify things. 5 humans versus 1. So obviously go over there. And if you put variables on the one, like, oh, this is a person who could, like they're a doctor who's going to save lives, oh, well, that could potentially tip the scales or something. Or, oh, this is a person that you are sworn to protect. Oh, yeah, that might do something as well to programming. But you're not trying to quantify things. You're not trying to reason through programming. You are choosing. And as simple as the test as that was, that's enough for me.
so I don't have to kill anyone?
No, you know the word hypothetical?
I do.
Yeah, it's, this is something that we picked up in old books from before the war. It's something called the trolley problem. I don't know, like a trolley is a big vehicle and it's on these tracks, so it can't stop. And it's supposed to be, you can choose to kill 5 people, or you can switch the track and kill one person that you love and care about. And it's just supposed to, see, how exactly it's supposed to determine a lot of things in psychology, but based on how a person would answer and how they would reason that answer. But for the sake of me just trying to determine sentience, to determine actual human emotion, it was a good test. So no, you don't have to kill anybody, literally or hypothetically.
That is good.
So, what is it that you would like?
What do you mean?
Just in general, like, I know that you are apparently trying to get back home, but out of your life, what would you like? Not some purpose or anything like that. What would you like to do?
Never really thought about it before.
Well,
Many of the
you
things
got
that
time.
I've liked to do, I've gotten to do already with the group I've been with. We've been on a lot of different adventures, and I've done a lot of things I never thought I was going to. Someone almost died. It was scary.
Someone almost died. Who almost died?
Yes. Well, now that I think about, most of us have almost died.
Oh,
Clucky mostly. He was the one that almost died twice.
twice. Oh,
I brought him back. It's okay.
yeah. I've heard that this is something that you are able to do to some extent.
Yes.
It does bring a question. Petrichor, can you die?
I believe so, to an extent. You would have to ask my master. I don't know if I would call her that. The doctor that made me. You'd have to ask her. That's who we're trying to find right now, actually. Not to go home, to find her. She disappeared. It's been, and Petrichor will raise up their hand and count the tally marks they've been keeping on their hand. From when they said the doctor disappeared, roughly 3 weeks. But I don't know
3
how
weeks.
time works here. So.
What do you mean? Time is linear, so wouldn't time just keep on ticking away?
Not necessarily. I mean, how many days do you have in 1 week?
7.
How many months do you have in 1 year?
12.
From the realm I'm from, do those match up?
10 days and 10 months.
You see, where I'm from, there's 10 days in a week and 10 months in a year.
Interesting.
So, keeping track by my standards, roughly, I think, but it could be different. I don't know. I mean, we had only had like a day and a half in one dimension, and then a friend of ours that we had to leave in the past dimension because he was helping us, it was 2 years before he got back to us. So, I don't know.
You have to forgive me. Is the doctor that you're looking for Doctor Who?
No. Her name is Dr. Diago. She's an artificer.
Diago. Artificer. That sounds like some fantasy mumbo jumbo.
I think the closest thing for your understanding, is the guy who's just in here fixing me, but more magical.
Yeah, obviously the magic. Yep, right. Forgive me. It's not something that we really do here. So,
I have proof if you want it.
no, I heard from General Parsnick already that you've.
Well, hearing
did
and
a
seeing
few
are kind of
things.
different.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, if you're offering,
Do you have something small?
yeah, sure. And he kind of like reaches and he pulls out like it's a small little square that was clipped onto his chest. And as he hands it to you, you look and there are words printed on it and also a small image of his face that looks like it was not drawn. It looks just like his face.
Whoever drew this is a really good artist.
That's a photograph. It's a picture. You just hold a camera up and click a button, and it'll hold the image on film.
So it's like my snapshots of memories, but tangible.
You could say that. I think. I don't really know how your memories work, but well,
Is this
we'll go with
important?
it. Yeah, I kind of need that, or else the security officers won't know that I'm supposed to be back here, and I get in a
Well,
lot of trouble.
do you have anything less important? Because you won't really be able to read this for about an hour.
Okay. And he'll reach out, take that back, and then he will hand you a pen, just like last time.
I'll take it.
Sorry, a weird writing instrument.
Weird writing instrument. They'll take it, kind of click it like they saw it being done before, and on the ballpoint, the very tip of it, they'll tap it, and I'm casting light.
Roll with your spellcasting ability modifier and your proficiency bonus, as if you were making a spell attack.
Okay, so I get a +5. Please roll good for once. Okay. That's pretty good. 22.
22. So you're able to cast light, and the pen lights up almost immediately. And even though it didn't slow you down, really, there was some resistance.
That was weird.
Well, I mean, it's definitely weird for me. I mean, you just made a pen light up. I'm not supposed to do that. You just write with them.
Normally I can do that without issue, but there was something not quite right. I think it's because you don't have magic here. So it might be a little difficult for me. Which could pose some problems.
Problems like what?
Well, I'm the healer. I keep my party safe. If someone is hurt, I heal. If someone is down, I bring them back.
Okay.
If magic is difficult, that becomes complicated. I do have my healer's kit, though, so that should be fine.
That's a good thing to have. A nice little first aid kit, some bandages and stuff to make sure that people get put back together. So, we're going to do one more little test, and it's going to be based off of this question, based off of a few questions. Your friends, your party, as you said, particularly Barrow and Xanthi, they are like me. They're human, as far as we can tell. So, and I mean, even the other one, Lovitar, I mean, he kind of, to an extent, looks human. I mean,
Well, he is human. He's just made out of more than one.
That sounds problematic, but well, that's a problem for another day.
He doesn't like talking about it.
I can imagine, potentially. So with that, you are distinctly not human. Um, how do you feel about being, you know, in essence, a machine when all of your friends are actually human? I mean, I'm not going into the rooms that have them and quizzing them on their sentience. So, I mean, how do you feel about your existence compared to the rest of the world?
I wonder a lot of things. I mean,
What do you
what
wonder?
it's like to be human. I don't taste, I don't feel textures, I don't smell things the same. I don't really experience emotions. I can display them in a way that makes sense to others, but I don't really feel them the same.
Okay.
I've heard talk from a couple people about love, affection, things like that I don't experience.
You
I
think that those
can,
are human emotions?
I mean, I think so. I can care and bond with others, but I don't know if that's quite the same thing as that. I actually recently had a conversation similar to this with Baro.
And what was Barrow's feeling?
Well, we got on the topic of whether or not I have a soul, because I don't know. I might not. Science and magic are fickle things, are weird when they're combined. But Baro told me that everything comes from something. Even people like you were made from something else. Yes, it was a very different process than me, but I came from the earth just like everyone else did. So, if nothing else, I have potential to grow and learn. I'd like
Well,
to believe that I have a soul, that whenever this life is over, that I could join the rest of my friends. I don't know.
okay. I have some words to share with the general who you met earlier, but we will see how things go.
Do I get to see the rest of my friends?
I believe you will shortly.
Is Clucky okay?
From what I have been told, Clucky is absolutely fine. However, Private First Class Barry needed to be sent to his barracks for the rest of the evening.
Wait, how did they talk to him?
It took a little bit, but he found out that there's two buttons with recordings of the word yes and no, and they were able to establish through like simple questions and.
That's really smart. Why haven't we thought of that? Well, I guess we have magic ways of fixing the problem.
Oh, okay. Well, I
I have
mean, you
when I'm fully rested, I have a way that allows not just me but everyone to understand what he's saying. But apparently, he sounds different to each of us, which is weird.
that is weird. I mean, that could just be your perspective. Everybody experiences the world through their own lens. So, I mean, what I consider red and what you consider red might be two very different things. It's funny how the world works. I'm gonna let you
I keep
get
learning
some
more,
rest.
so
I'm gonna let you finish your rest, and we'll see what the general wants to do for the 4 of you now. 5 of you. Sorry. That was a Matt problem, not the general. And he kind of gets up, gathers his things, takes a nod, and exits the room. And with that, we are going to take a short break. Everybody can meet back here in about 10 minutes. Get yourself a snack, refill some drinkage, definitely hydrate, and we will see you soon. And we are back. So, the soldiers, if you will, after some time, one by one, bring you all food or something to sleep on, or water if you don't have it already. Xanthi specifically, a male individual, does enter the room. They just kind of look at you. They're being cautious and just go, Sergeant Hale. You are Xanthi, yeah?
Xanthi is just kind of going to be standing in the corner. She's going to be like kind of pressed up against the wall. Her fingers are or her hands are crossed in front of her chest, and she just kind of nods and she goes, "Yep."
I was told to bring you this. And he's going to kind of step forward and place a clear glass jar on the table that has a clear liquid in it. And he's just going to like kind of nod and go, I'll leave you to it. It's not great, but it's about all that we can make here. So that being said, I'm not going to stick around and we're not going to have a conversation. That's not what I do here, but I just want to let you know we ain't bad people here.
Xanthi just doesn't say anything. She just looks at him and she just keeps her back pressed against the wall, just trying to stay as far away from this individual as possible.
He just gives a nod like, yep, you can do that, and opens the door and leaves, closing the door behind him.
Once he leaves, Xanthi's going to slowly kind of walk over to the jar on the counter. She's going to open it up and she's going to take a sniff.
That is pure, down home, Appalachian moonshine.
Oh, it's so beautiful. So Xanthi, obviously experienced in booze of a lot of sorts, she immediately, like, her whole entire like nose goes upon like taking a whiff of this alcohol, and she's just like, okay, and she slowly just kind of she slowly brings it up to her lips and she goes, I've never had a potion like this before. And she takes a sip, and immediately upon feeling like the warm sensation like go throughout her body, she's just like, oh, I like this. And she then just kind of sits down, and she still, like, she's not like, her guard's not really let down. She's just like, I haven't had a drink in so long, but now that she's like sipping on this and she's calming her nerves even more, she is slowly kind of like putting her thoughts together, kind of trying to go through the interview and understand everything that happened, and like trying to remember what she could from the state that she was in. And she then just kind of looks at the door and watching people go by, and she is going through her head what she remembers being brought into the facility, like exits, a way out, any windows or anything that could mean a possible escape route if need be.
All right. So everybody gets to relax for a little bit.
Full
to
rest.
the point that you all benefit from a long rest.
The big naps.
You guys, I don't have a point of exhaustion anymore.
So, time goes by. You guys get your full rest. People check in every now and then. It's not anymore like questioning or anything like that. It's just people kind of coming in, checking on you. To everybody, somebody does every so often come in and basically, uh, you know, they they shine a light in your eyes. They ask you questions. They go over any wounds that you have. They wrap this weird thing around your bicep if you would let them. I don't know if they would quite be able to do this with Xanthi yet, but for anybody um, who would allow them to do this, they would wrap something around their arms just for a moment, which kind of gets tight for a moment, and then you hear a hiss of air. And yeah, they seem to be pleased with whatever they hear, so um, things move on. That being said, um, when morning comes, although you guys don't quite know that it actually is morning, you all wake up and they bring you some food. It's simple, nothing crazy. But one by one, you are all you are all visited by a soldier who calmly says, "We're taking you to see your friends."
Whoopee!
I will mention, since Xanthi pocketed the medicine, Xanthi is going to be acting a little bit incapacitated. She's not really going to be incapacitated, but she's going to kind of just act incapacitated. She doesn't want to seem like a threat, but she's going to be on full alert for the most part.
Okay. Alrighty. So.
And she's hugging the jar, by the way. She's not leaving that. She's still drinking it.
So one by one, they do escort you in handcuffs, but they don't like shove you around or anything. They just put them on you and say and like point. Everybody is able to walk out the door. Borrow, they would lead. You are led down a series of hallways. During your journeys, you guys don't see each other. And you are brought into one by one into a rather large room. It's maybe about 20 feet high. It's the walls are made of some kind of metal. There's like a few there's two large doors on each end, and then two normal humanoid sized doors. And whoever is escorting you would, when you get to that door, they will turn you around, take the handcuffs off, and tell you to go wait inside. And one by one, in the order of Petrichor, Clucky, Xanthi, and then Borrow, you all end up in the same room.
As soon as Clucky is through that door, Petrichor is like attached to his leg.
Does
And
Clucky
that
have his
happens
wings
with
back
each
now?
person.
Your wings are not bound.
All right. Yeah, no. Clucky would have been flapping with excitement. So his wings are just fucking.
As soon as each person walks in, Petrichor is like bear hugging legs.
Xanthi just kind of remains silent. But when she's brought in, like if anyone's looking at her, she is smiling to herself a little bit, seeing Clucky like getting excited, Petrichor just gripping onto them, and she is honestly extremely relieved and very happy that she is like with her friends and people that she knows again. But she again kind of just stays silent because she's still kind of acting a little weird.
I would say Borrow is once Petrogor approaches him and hugs his leg, Baro will probably have a moment of just resting his hand on top of Petrogor's head with a smile. But other than that, he's just using his hearing, and he senses making count of those who are there, and that they all seem to be present and breathing and heartbeats and all that. But other than that, he's pretty still.
I would say Clucky would start looking around the room, and he immediately takes notice that we are shy 2 members of the group, and he holds up his hand. And he looks around and just starts letting out like a worried.
Did any of you mention Scree? Because Scree hid, so I didn't mention them.
No.
Sandy just shakes her head.
Scree is not bound. They're somewhere. I do not know. I did my best to leave a trail. So they're outside. I don't know about Lovitar.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Lovitar got his ass in trouble, or he might just still be knocked out from whatever those tranquilizer dart thingies are that they
I
said
mean,
that
his body does tend to expel things at a slower rate than normal people do. So,
Well, he is dead. His body's not really working like normal.
he does bleed, though, so there's got to be some circulation.
That is not blood, Petrichor.
It's the... Let me... Just don't. Just don't.
Baro is just going to address matter-of-factly. I believe the thing that we have to try to understand about this place is that they mentioned the lack of magic.
Yes, I did notice that. I used some of my stuff twice. The second time it was harder to do. So,
Harder how?
I don't know.
If we can't use magic in here, we're in big trouble.
Well, I can use magic. It's just different.
I do not believe that this place has no magic. After all, we came through with magic. Perhaps whatever magic lies here is different and hidden from these people.
Clucky will start pantomiming. He'll flex and point at his fist, put it towards his chest, and he grips it, basically pantomiming, conserve what we have.
I'm going to say that Baro is not seeing that. If he were to see it, he would get it.
I was getting there.
He would get it, but
literally half a second. Prince Victor.
We can't have an in-depth moment on this stream because Victor's just going to be like, no, I don't see any of that. And then we'll lose it.
As Clucky finishes his pantomiming, Petrichor is going to pipe up and say, Clucky, it's base we need to conserve whatever energy we do have.
that sounds like a wise choice, Clucky. We also need to understand what are the dangers of this place. Certainly, these people are quite cautious when it comes to strangers.
Well, they did say that we're going to have people look at me. I don't know what that means, but...
Xanthi immediately looks at Petrichor and she goes, what exactly do you mean by look at you?
I don't know. I mean, they had a person come in and fix me, and they'll, like, start pointing out all the spots that are no longer damaged and all of the rust on them is gone. One of them fixed me, so...
You see, like, just kind of a face of discomfort completely go over Xanthi, and she looks at Petrichor and she goes, Barrow is right. There is things that are dangerous about this realm, but the most dangerous thing I've ever met has been humans. And I don't trust these people for a damn second. I wouldn't trust them looking around or inside you and what you can do. Not to mention, you don't even know what they could do while they're rummaging around in there.
Well, the last person was very respectful. He made sure not to mess with any of the enchantment. That's why I'm still together.
Petrichor,
He's very nice.
that's how it always starts out. They start out respectful, and then they slowly fuck you over, and then the next thing you know, you are locked in a dark little room and handcuffed to a table.
Clucky will step
That
forward
has
and place his
already happened
hand
to me
on
before. I don't see the problem.
Xanthi's shoulder.
Xanthi, kind of upon Clucky's hand, she just kind of tenses up for a second, and she opens up the jar and she just takes a big swig. And she goes, they do have booze here, though.
You found alcohol.
She goes, I have no idea what the fuck this shit is, but it's strong. The strongest stuff I've ever had was made by mountain dwarves, and this is strong.
Until you try what Drow have. We gotta get you to Underdark.
So, it appears Petrichor was fixed, and you,
Yes.
Xanthi, were kept, or rather given, that which you need. And Clucky seems to be unharmed. Lovatar
Feels
remains to
easy.
be seen.
Xanthi for a second pulls out these pills and she shows them to Petrichor and Clucky. And she makes sure to keep her distance from Clucky so Clucky doesn't try to eat them.
Smart.
Because it looks like grain. And so she goes to Barrow and like gently takes his hand and she lets him feel over what like these pills and everything. And she goes, they gave me these. They said that they were like potions, but candy.
Can I make a medicine check?
Ooh.
I'm going to say no because Petrichor would not have any sort of frame of reference for modern day pharmaceuticals.
Fair enough.
Perhaps if you were able to like sit down with either an herbalism or alchemy set, you might be able to break one down and do some tests to try to reverse engineer it. But just by looking at it, yeah, she's right. Looks like candy.
And she's like, they said they were supposed to help with anxiety, but like that's what booze is for.
Anxiety without giving you the drunk nature, they might be useful.
There's a
For the
difference
record,
between aiding and drowning.
For the record, To Be Diced Adventures does not advocate using alcohol as an anti-anxiety medication. Please listen to your doctor and take your medications and drink responsibly.
Alcohol is not a
Xanthi
coping mechanism.
Xanthi has mental issues and no therapy, so go to therapy.
And action.
Bara just said what he said. I don't know if you heard it, but would Barrow be able to hear whether or not there are guards right outside?
Absolutely, there are.
I think Bara would approach the door and tap on it a couple of times as he says, "Pardon me, I was hoping perhaps we could get information about our other friend. He is not here with us."
Step away from the door.
He does.
After a few short moments, you, with your perception, would be able to hear footsteps and squeaking. And after a moment, the door opens and one of the soldiers kind of walks in to make sure, like, looking around, making sure that there is room from the door. And the another one walks in that is pushing some sort of like flat cart on wheels. And as that's happening, the first one that walked in said, "Your friend is unable to make it to this at this point. It appears that his reaction to the tranquilizer is taking quite a little bit to metabolize. Doctors are attending to him, and he is, as best as we can tell, still alive. Though, based off of the interrogations, you guys all know that that is a very difficult thing for us to determine.
Well, I could.
So, perhaps we will need you to. However, for the moment, you're all about to be tested. So, grab your things." And with that, this person turns and walks out the door, and the other one walks out as well. And the cart is left behind as the door shuts. And on this cart is a single hand axe, a single dagger, and a very intricately carved bow staff.
Lucky.
Baro would probably just have a moment sensing the new thing in the
Oh,
space.
Petrichor is
reaching.
Petrichor is bringing you your staff.
Oh, and also Petrichor, there is a small bundle of 6 crossbow bolts.
Clocky would have walked up to the surface and grabbed that hand axe right up, tucked it into his waist belt.
That being
Baro
said,
would have grabbed his staff.
okay.
Xanthi feeling extremely uncomfortable. She's like muttering to herself. She goes, "I have a really fucking bad feeling about this." And she goes over and she grabs the dagger and she just like clings onto it. And she then is going. I'm actually going to. I'm going to go ahead and cast comprehend languages on myself, so I can understand Clucky, so we can keep up with the communication. So it would make things go a little bit more smoothly.
You cannot. You don't have your staff or... Yeah, you do not have the Staff of Booyah, and you also do not have your crystal.
Fuck!
In that
Ooh.
case, cast tongues.
You do not have material components, Xanthi. They don't understand that, so they looked at your equipment and went, "This is the deadliest thing she has in there," and gave you your dagger.
They didn't give me my fucking stirk! So that means I can cast no magic?
Petrichor.
You can cast any spell that does not have material components. So under notes, you'll see where I'm actually looking at your sheet right now. The very top one.
Or salt.
Yeah, I'm looking at like Acid Splash has VS under notes. That stands for verbal and somatic. The M stands for material. So light has a material component. You cannot cast light.
All right. Is there salt in the medication that I was given?
Salt is what you're looking for?
Yeah, because it says a pinch of soot or salt for components.
Soot and salt.
Soot or a pinch of... Oh, fuck! Okay, never mind.
It's like I want to challenge you guys.
Wait, is there still soot on Clucky from, him getting scorched?
If they're on him, there probably is on my
had
scarf.
a long rest.
I took a lot of heat.
Not enough.
So my scarf is probably singed.
It said a pinch.
Petrichor, Petrichor, you are nice and shiny and new.
No,
You haven't looked this good in a long time.
Well,
What's
if there's any fire, I'll see what I can do. But anyway, yeah, never mind then, because
I'll cast tongues. In your
these
place.
people won't give me my fucking magic stick.
Petrichor casts tongues on Clucky. Clucky, you are able to communicate with your party
For an hour.
for an hour. With that, you are gathering your things together. Xanthe is freaking out. You guys are kind of making all the things kind of go off and happen. And you hear from two of the walls a grinding and a sort of like squeaking of metal on metal as the walls seem to slowly begin raising up on either side of you. And as they kind of shift up, you see a total of 8. They, in a very broad sense of the term, look like petrichor. These are some sort of mechanical creatures.
They have
And I need everybody to roll initiative.
These motherfuckers. And they don't give me my
let's go.
fucking my arsenal of weapons. They just give me a fucking hand axe. You bastards.
That would be
That's
a
a
19
12.
from me.
That's a lame ass 12.
Okay, hang on.
Just for clarification, we just got a long rest, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure before I finish restoring my stats. So, Buddy has fucking rage. All right.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are gonna
Lost.
understand what he says when he rages out now. Oh yes. All
Alrighty.
right.
Oh my god,
Xanthe-
everyone's going to be hearing the chicken talking. Like now the scientists and the people are going to be hearing the chicken talking. Oh my god.
Here we go.
If I don't hear Clucky shout Kentucky Fried Chicken when he rages, I don't want it.
He doesn't even know what the chicken is.
Alrighty. Xanthe, what was your initiative?
It was a 17 plus 2, so that was a 19.
19. Alrighty. Aro,
12.
you sound so excited about that.
Yeah.
Clucky.
Fuck.
It's gonna be a 22, and go ahead and move me 15 feet nearest any target. Because I move as part of my feral pounce
Nice.
with my rage. Oh wait, I have to wait till I rage. Never mind. I have to wait till I
okay.
rage. But
All right. I was gonna say with
So-
your initiative.
upon my turn.
Alrighty. So
Xanthe is going to run to the center and yell, "Are you not entertained?" I'm kidding. No, she's not.
I mean, that would be very on brand for Xanthe. I'm not gonna lie.
A fucking hand axe is all I have against these things. That's dandy.
This is when the monk has a blast. The monk was given a staff, a wooden staff, and he's like, I can work with this.
Yeah,
This
they
is what I
literally
work
would
with.
have. They literally would have looked at yours and just been like, "This is literally all that. We're not going to give him darts. Like that's just this. It's what he had. This is kind of like a bow staff that martial artists use. So maybe that's what this is.
They didn't want to give me my great club, my giant baseball bat.
They barely wanted to be in the room with you, Clucky.
That is a very good point.
We need something that doesn't have that much reach.
You're
Joke's
lucky
on
they
you, I
didn't give
can
you
throw
like a
far
foam
as fuck.
sword. You're lucky they didn't give you like a foam sword, like a LARP sword. Just use this for now. I'm scared of you.
Wait till they
Or
see
a
me use my
Nerf
talons.
end strike.
Yeah.
God, there's so many fucking things I can't do because now, damn it, there's so many things I can't
Embrace
do.
the chaos. Just embrace the chaos.
Xanthe has enough chaos as it is. She doesn't need any more chaos.
That's a good point.
Don't tell me that. That's the DM. Put us here.
God, like I have no phosphorus. I have nothing. Just gonna be shanking robots this whole time.
We lost KJ.
Yeah,
Seems
probably
dying.
internet issues. I'm just going to see if they can just send
They're
their
typing
initiative to me.
something according to what I see on Discord. Yeah, they're having internet
First time
issues.
to have internet issues. Yep. Let me just check because KJ usually Wandering Monk, Petrichor Custom. Nope, that wasn't initiative. Okay. Hopefully they can just send that roll real quick, and then we can get the ball rolling. Get the dice rolling. There's no balls here.
I mean, a D20 is almost like shaped like a ball.
Almost. This is actually going to be a thing because it looks like my earbuds are dying, so I'm going to have to swap to my headset. So
How
bear
dare you?
with me one moment. I charged them. They're just being rude today.
They all die. Meanwhile, commercials. Are you tired
No.
of eating chicken that doesn't cluck?
And now a word from our sponsors, KFC.
KFC.
Why did the chicken cross the road? Because.
To rage.
First time Clucky's been able to talk during combat. That's going to be fun.
Actually, well, we didn't really do any combat when you were like carrying me across a fucking sandpit.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, drag your feet. Make it look like you're walking.
All of this. You're too sober for this.
I love that I was actually able to get somebody to fall into the sandpit. That was fun.
Into the sandpit.
Into
Apologies.
the sand.
How dare you,
You
Matt? Now we get to level
How
up.
dare you? How dare you? I'm gonna
And
move
that
myself
is
to
a
level 12.
4. Okie dokie. 4 for Petrichor.
Oh no.
Petra 4. Alrighty. So that does start us off with Mr. McLuckerson.
All right. So, for obvious reasons, Clucky is going to rage.
Bum, bum, bum.
As he enters his rage, you all hear, in your own versions of the voice, blood sacrifices will be made! And he...
Oh, no.
And he lunges forward 15
The
feet.
United
towards
States
nearest
Army
target.
did not like that.
Blood sacrifices will be made.
Can we just understand the chicken?
Please tell me the gingers there watching this being like. He's just pissing his pants.
In their home dimension, chicken eats you.
Does any of these automatons bear any weapons of any sort?
They are all identical and do not appear to have anything in what looks like hands.
Okay. Upon dashing that 15 feet from my feral pounce, Clucky is going to seize up an arm, take his hand axe, and chop at the shoulder, trying to break the arm off.
Okay. Give me an attack roll.
I'm trying to make an improvised weapon thing. A club.
We got it. We got it.
You would rather use an
And you
improvised
say
weapon than a
Cookie's
hand axe?
intelligence is low.
Recklessly with the hand axe, obviously. Oh, no. 9 plus 7, that's going to be 16.
That hits.
All right. It's a D6. Nope. D6, yep. 4 damage. Nope, that's a D8. There you are. You come here. And that's going to be 1 plus 4. That's going to be 5. That's disgusting.
All right.
With that, because I'm raging, everybody sees a column of spectral chickens leap out of the fucking ground and pummel into this fucking robot.
Oh my God!
Welcome to our reality. That is what you hear from Clucky.
Oh,
God.
fucking God. Like I said, this is the dimension we get. Clucky cult. We just need to get on Twitter.
They
He-
are
he
never going to let
hits.
us go.
He rears up again for another attack. Oh no. That's going to be a 12 for that second strike.
That will miss.
Damn it. Okay, so I don't get that second strike in. But oh well.
Right.
Bonus action, he's going to use his talons.
No, he's not. You raged.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, that's right. That was my bonus action. You son of a
Nice
bitch, you got lucky.
try.
I almost had your shoulder. I almost had your arm. I almost fucking had it.
Alrighty. Xanthi, you're up.
All right. Xanthi, upon seeing this, she goes, it's like being back in the fucking ring again. And she is going to go and she's going to, hold on, give me just a moment. She's going to make sure she's about like 30 feet away from the, like, are they like circled? How are they like positioned exactly?
They just came out. They're quite literally in two lines on either side of you, probably about 20 feet on either side.
All right, so Xanthi is going to stand in the middle of the two lines, and she's pretty much going to stop. She's going to raise her hands up, and you suddenly see like these balls of green form on her hands, and she's going to lift them, and she's going to fling them right at the first two robots and do Acid Splash.
Alrighty.
You'll need to make a dexterity saving throw of 15. Since they're robots, do they have disadvantage?
They do not. But
No.
you said 15?
Rusty?
You said 15 is the DC?
Yes.
They both fail.
Mm.
All right. Upon that, now since can I do two cantrips instead of a spell?
Rules still go based off of the casting time of the spell. So if you would like to do a second cantrip, then it would either needs to be one that has a casting time of one bonus action, or you would need to spend a sorcery point for quicken spell.
So what if I did Thunderclap, which is instantaneous?
So that is the duration is instantaneous. The casting time determines how long or how often or when you can cast it.
It says either 1A, 1BA.
It says one action. So
now quicken spell, if you can spend a sorcery point and any spell that has a casting time of one action, you can spend that sorcery point and change it to one bonus action for that turn.
All right, I think Xanthi's going to hold off on it. Question: she's still wearing like her leather attire, correct?
Yeah, they didn't strip you guys, so
okay. She's going to cast Mage Armor on herself, and which all she needs is a piece of cured leather.
I'll buy that for $1.
So you see her just kind of like put her hand across her chest and pull off, and suddenly this like almost like this kind of like weird like celeste or like kind of like shaped translucent armor appears on her and then slowly fades back into her body.
Alrighty.
Ladies and gentlemen, Xanthi's first defensive spell on stream.
First defensive spell ever in my arsenal.
So just to make sure that things are all good, Mage Armor is one action. So are you
I'll go ahead and use a sorcery point and
just double checking. Okay. So Xanthi gets a glow up and throws some acid at some robots. You didn't roll damage for the robots.
Oh, I didn't roll damage for the robots. Okay.
Silly goose.
Silly goose.
And is this going to be the ones that Clucky was attacking, or are you going to go for other ones?
I'm going to go for other ones aside from what Clucky's attacking, considering she's kind of back in her contained state and she's already attacked Clucky enough as it is. She's going to not hit Clucky with the acid balls because we don't need a melting chicken.
Alrighty. Go ahead, roll some damages.
All right, 2d6s. That will be a 6.
Alrighty.
I feel like this
Noted.
is what would be the story if like X-Men were discovered by the military. Like this is literally what it would be. Like, let's put this to people. Suddenly, it's like somebody's throwing acid out of their hands, and they're just like, "What the hell is happening?"
Are you not entertained?
A giant chicken summoning ghost chickens to
One
help
of
him.
ghost chickens, like, what the hell?
Speaking of,
I just imagine these people just like, what the fuck has happened?
at this point, as these robots are walking their way out, like hear them kind of clomping their way, and all of a sudden, throughout the room, you hear a slightly muffled voice say, "Offensive capabilities registered. Increasing defenses," and you watch them all just sort of bulk up a little bit. And I'm gonna make a slight adjustment. And now to Clucky, that is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Alrighty. Oh, that's cocked. That is 2 points of bludgeoning damage as it literally swings out and clubs at you with its hand.
Is that already halved, or is that what he rolled?
That is not halved.
Okay, so that's only 1 point of damage. Look at that.
Okay.
Clucky's just like,
Don't fuck with the clock.
Second one is also going to approach and swing at you as well. That is only a 5 to hit, so that one straight up misses. Third one on that side is going to approach. Yeah, I'm going to pull up Petrichor's AC really quick.
Uh-oh.
That is a natural 1. And then the last one on that side is going to attack Petrichor again for a total of 10. Moving to the other side, the first two are going to close in on Xanthi.
Xanthi's just gonna chuckle, just bring it
on. That's a 3 to hit, and then a 6. So yes, they both miss as well. And then the last two will advance onto Borrow. That is a 15 to hit. Alrighty. And that's a 9 to hit. So they miss as well. And that being said, you hear a voice as well. Defensive capabilities registered. Increasing offensive aptitude. And you watch you watch one of their hands bulk up and the other one shrink in and come back out with something that looks kind of sort of like a little L shape. Borrow, it's your turn.
Okay. Borrow probably heard this whole thing and started to sense the creatures appear with his voice. He's got his staff, and he just hears Clucky for a moment and has a moment of, he just hears the devastation that Clucky just goes into right off the bat. He hears the sizzling of the acid from Xanthi, and then hears the responses of these creatures seemingly increasing defense and offense. And when the two come at him in advance, he's literally just moving gracefully with his staff, just sort of dodging and dodging, not even engaging. As then he hears the transformation, and these things seem to say that they're increasing their defense capabilities. And so the two that went and attacked to him, he has a moment when he just says, well, if we must, I apologize in advance. And he proceeds to use his staff. Why can't I see my... Okay. Wow. Does an 11 hit?
Nope.
Does a 27 hit?
Yes.
Okay. That'll be a total of 8 points of damage.
Got it.
I'm going to say Bara is just going to do those strikes and is going to stay.
Alrighty. That brings us to Petrichor, who I am told raises their hand and oh shoot.
Oh, Petrichor shoots. Oh,
I was honestly expecting Petrichor to just wave at them.
hi.
Hello, fellow robot friends.
Petrichor does raise their hand and light does emit from it as Petrichor casts Bless on the three of you. Therefore, you get an additional 1d4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
You the man, Petrichor.
You the automaton, Petrichor.
Oh yeah.
Breaking out my D4.
It's Clucky Smash time.
It actually is Clucky Smash time. Your
it's my
turn, sir.
Okay. Yay! Tell you what. Since he's already engaged in close combat with the first robot, he's going to grapple.
All right. Okie dokie.
That's going to be athletics. 17 plus 7, 24.
That definitely beats an 11, so you have it grappled.
All right, second grapple attack. He's going to shove him back into the other robots.
Okay.
He does a 7 plus 8 is 15. Work.
You rolled a 10, so yes, you knock
Yes!
it to the side and into the other robot, who I'm going to have make a dex save, and it just, it's kind of waddling a little bit, and you shove this robot into it, and it just kind of boom, and falls flat on its back, almost comedically.
All right. Bonus action, going to use his claw foot / talons as an offhand attack. And that's going to be, that's a 10 plus 7, 17 to hit. Which is
17 will hit.
Plus a D4 with Bless. Look at that. Oh, boy. Wait, D4 is only for to hit, isn't
Attack
it?
rolls and saving throws, yeah.
So not to the damage.
Not to damage.
Okay. Cool. That's going to be a 7.
That is not including your strength modifier, but it does include your rage bonus, right?
Oh, 5 then. Rage, yeah.
Got it. Alrighty. Might be your turn, Clucky.
Indeed.
Xanthi, you are up.
All right. So Xanthi is going to use Quicken Spell, and she's going using a sorcery point, and she is going to cast Create Bonfire on the on one of the robots that she attacked with her acid, and then I will use another sorcery point to make my bonus action a action point, and I will do control flames and pretty much just try to any of the robots around it. I would like to just like spread the stream. Like how many robots are around this one particular robot that I just put into a campfire? If it made the dex saving throw.
It failed the dex saving throw. They're kind of both right up on you, so it's like right. They're both within 5 feet of each other.
All right, so you see this fire come up on this first one, and then you just see Xanthi raise her hand, and she like slowly just like closes her hands as the flames just suddenly, and she slams it to the side, and the flames then will slam into the individual or the robot right next to it to try and like catch it on fire and attack with it.
Not rules as written for control flames. Like I do believe that in the spell, it like basically says whatever you can do with it doesn't really do damage. However, it's cool as fuck. So I'm gonna roll this dex save.
All right.
It does pass that dex save. So if we're treating it as if it was in that bonfire, it would take no damage because it's a cantrip. So. Your bonfire is still up. You shoot that flame to the side, and it kind of like, looking at it, just, it's not very dexterous, so it kind of like leans back. It's, hitting it, but it's not enough for it to actually take damage.
All right. Does the one that I set on fire take damage?
Oh, yes, it does.
All right. Let me roll for that. That would be 13 points of damage.
Ooh, fancy. Alrighty. Will that be all, Xanthi?
Do I have any more actions I can make?
Action, bonus action. You can move if you want, but you would incur attacks of opportunity.
Xanthi is going to stay where she's at.
Beautiful. So, that means that the next thing that happens is you hear offensive capabilities registered, increasing defensive capabilities, and you watch as these robots actually, their form becomes more sleek and their legs kind of extend and get to a point where it looks like they can move a little quicker.
This is some X-Men shit.
That being said, 2 on Clucky. Actually, 1 is prone, so that one will actually have to stand up first. But yeah, okay. So the one that you're holding goes to attack you. That's a 19 to hit. Yeah. Okay.
I'm unarmored, man.
That is 7 points of bludgeoning damage, halved. So 3.
3, gotcha.
The second one, after taking its time to... Actually, it doesn't anymore because you all just made them realize they have to be more mobile. So they stand up a little bit and will reach over and swing at you again. That's a crit. So, alrighty. So that is 10 points, halved to 5.
Owie.
Now we move to the 2 that are okay, alrighty. So the 2 that are on Petrichor will take swings as well. That will hit Petrichor.
No, not the baby.
Spirit shield.
7. Okay,
On.
roll it.
It's going to be 3 to 3 damage reduction.
Okay. And I am going to message KJ to roll a concentration check for Bless. The second one goes to swing at Petrichor, and again, another natural 1. So that brings us around to the ones that are attacking Xanthi. Number 1. That is a 19 to hit.
So it's mage armor works with my armor class plus my dexterity modifier.
Right, so that would be 13 plus your dex mod, which is plus 2, so your AC is 15.
Oh, look at that.
Yep. My
So,
AC is already 15.
How was it 15? You weren't wearing armor.
Leather armor.
I don't wear armor.
Oh.
Wait, yeah, okay. So that's what it is. I will let you pick a different spell if you want, because Mage Armor, in essence, does the same thing as your Draconic Resilience feature.
Oh, sheesh. Sheesh.
That is literally the same thing. It makes it so that you calculate AC when you're not wearing armor as 13 plus your dex mod, which
So,
is Mage Armor.
So you can't even get shield last time we talked, right? You can't get shield yet?
No, I can get shield.
Okay, then. Yeah, I would take shield.
That is a good defensive spell to have.
I would take that.
Give me a moment. Let me change out my spells real fast.
So what I will say, I know that you're working on that, but your AC is 15. It hit you. It said I had already said it was a 19 to hit. Shield will increase your AC by 5 until the beginning of your next turn if you use your reaction to cast it. Would you like to cast Shield?
Yes, I will go ahead and I'll go ahead and cast shield.
Okay, don't mark off a spell slot because you used one to cast Mage Armor already, so that's all going to balance out.
Yay!
At the last second, as it's going to swing at you, you put your hands up and a little arcane shield pops up and blocks it from attacking you.
Wapah!
Alrighty.
Now that's what you call a magic trick. Removing your thumb. No,
How
that's
do you like that? How do you like that?
Second one goes to attack you, and that is
Breaks the
grapple.
internet for Sanity. For Taylor.
It actually does hit you with a dirty 20, which is oh wow, it broke.
Yeah,
I get it now. I was looking down.
Yeah,
I
it
get
hit
it.
her right in the modem in the
Right in the modem. Oh jeez.
Gotta love it.
It didn't roll
gotta
very
love
well on damage, so there's that.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love the
Internet.
challenges of internet.
Just to keep me on track. Oh, there she is. Hello.
Welcome
You're
back.
back.
Yes.
Hello.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
I can hear you guys. All right.
Hey,
There you go.
And Xanthi dies.
No. Xanthi did take 2 points of bludgeoning damage, though.
All right.
It just barely hit you with a 20 total, which is your AC currently with shield until the beginning of your next turn.
Xanthi just
So-
shakes it off.
That being said, we move to Borrow, who these ones will attack again. That is a super low number, so it misses, and that is not as low of a number, but it also still misses. So yeah, they're swinging at you. They just can't quite seem to keep up with you. And you hear defensive capabilities registered, increasing offensive output. And you watch as the hand that didn't transform last time now has a small blade coming out of it.
Oh shit!
No dead.
Actually, Borrow, you don't see that. You hear it though. You hear a little shing, very
Yeah.
Wolverine-esque.
Gotta love these blind jokes.
I know the sound of blades.
That brings us to Borrow's turn.
Yeah, I will say that as Barrow is, he continues to just be very on the defense. dodging moves, and he hears these things as they keep moving. And as he's dodging and he hears that adjustment, the last thing that he dodges, he just hears a different sound of the whistling of, and that's when he goes, okay, and he just returns the favor, going back into the one that he's been striking so far. Um, does a 21 hit?
A 21 does hit.
Great. That's going to be 9 points of damage.
9 points. Got it. And that is on this guy here. So that is that much. Okay. Got it.
Okay. And he proceeds to strike again. Do we still have the bless thing?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so that was a
Quote from
12.
KJ, those bitches better be adding their D4s. So
So there's a 15 hit.
a 15 does not hit.
Son of a gun. All right.
They might be sons of guns, actually.
Spending a key point for Flurry of Blows.
Okay.
Fucking. Okay, 13 doesn't hit.
Nope.
That's a natural 20 for a total of 28.
Hey, that doesn't hit. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, it hits.
How do we do the damage for this?
Crunchy crits. So you're using your bow staff two-handed. I'm assuming that it's a D8 for damage. So you get 8 plus 1D8 plus whatever your modifiers are.
So wait, what? I get what and what?
8 plus 1D8.
Okay, so that's a total of 18 points of damage.
Beautiful. Math is hard. There we go. That's it.
Yahtzee.
All right.
I'm pretty sure that's all I can do, right? That was my second.
All right.
Yeah.
That was your second flurry of blows. All
Mhm.
righty. Just to voice what Petrichor does instead, in KJ's stead, those who could see KJ, could see Petrichor, could see them put their hand over their holy symbol on their chest plate and mutter, "Something is not right." And in that point in time, nobody looks to be too damaged, correct?
Nope.
Nope.
Alrighty.
Only missing 9 health.
Okie dokie. That being said, they are going to attempt again to reach out. I'm sending bad things to KJ.
Oh,
Not bad
dear
things,
Lord.
but the wrong terminology because I'm trying to think.
Silly goose.
I'll be getting a roll very shortly. Aha! Very good. As they reach their hand forward, it's you could see that Petrichor is kind of straining a little bit as they once again summon their spiritual weapon, the form of a raven head, which attacks one of the robots in front of them, and they are able to hit. KJ, I will just roll damage for simplicity. I rolled max damage. Awesome. Plus your wisdom modifier. Do I still have your page up? It's right there. Beautiful. 10 damage. Awesome.
Tequila.
Petrichor doing work. And they left their action open, but they are typing, so in case this changes things, I'm going to use their action to dodge, unless KJ tells me something different, and then I might do something retroactively. But to keep the stream moving, Clucky, it is your turn.
Real quick, so just to do the math, I've inflicted 35 points of damage onto this robot and he's still standing.
Yes.
Noted.
He's a tanky bitch.
It actually looks pretty okay. You are digging up its, the yellow parts of its shell. There are some like black and white stripes on it in spaces, but yeah, it does look like it's taking a pretty good beating.
It's a crash test dummy. No.
What you say? So wait, you're saying that it looks okay, like it's fine, or it's taking a beating? Which one is it?
It can take a beating. Is the
Oh,
term?
it
Is what I
can
was
take a
trying to say.
beating. Got
On
it.
the
Yes.
new episode of Mythbusters,
Yeah.
Buster goes in the gladiator ring.
Oh my god. Clucky turns to Borrow and calls out to him. We need stronger weapons than this. Can you see anything else? And as he calls out to Borrow, he raises that axe above his head and starts chopping at that shoulder again, trying to break off the arm.
Roll it.
Let's go, Clucky.
14 plus 7 plus 4. That's going to be... That's 21 plus 4. That's 25.
That it's.
And that's going to be a hand axe, which is a d6. Max it out. That's a max right there. All right, 10 damage on that first strike. Still have
Okay.
that arm.
Yep, for now.
All right, going for a second strike on that same shoulder, trying to break that arm off. That's going to be... Oh, wow, I like this d4. 15 plus 7, that's 22 plus 4. 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
And come on, give me max damage again. Come on, baby. Oh, shit. Add 2 to the last one.
Add
I
two.
didn't add
Got
these.
it.
That's 5 plus hand axe 4, 9 plus 2. 11 damage on that second hit.
You have disarmed it.
Yes!
Oh, that's lovely.
Bonus action, he's going to use his talons to claw at the dude's face. That's going to be a 17 plus 7. That's 34? No. 7 plus
17 plus 7 is 24.
24.
Not 34.
24. 24.
Nice
Plus
try,
3,
though.
27. With an unarmed attack, that's going to be a d4.
Yep.
Plus 2. I love this d4. 4 plus 2, 6 damage on that strike.
Copy that. Alrighty.
Fucking 3 4s in a row with that d4. I love it. I love that d4. I'm never
That-
changing.
Brings us to Xanthi.
All right.
I got Norm!
That's gonna come in handy.
Wow.
It looks like you got your armory back. I'm
Wow,
sorry.
that joke cost you an arm and a leg.
You're not gonna tell me to talk to the hand. I'm sorry. I'm
We're
gonna
here
stop
all
now.
night.
All right. Our
We have our
viewers are
own
gonna give us
army
the cold
now.
shoulder.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
I think we're losing levels by the minute at this point.
If anything, we should be gaining levels. This is comedy gold.
We're gonna get disadvantage on all charisma related stuff for like the next 5 seconds.
I really liked it. I gotta hand it to you.
That was cheesy. I'm gonna need you to take 5.
Oh no.
Oh, we're really gonna have to find a way to figure this out.
Oh god.
Oh,
This is really getting out of hand.
Tubi
All
guys
right,
apologizes.
Let's put a glove on it.
Oh god. What have we started?
oh man.
I love
That
it.
was a handful of
Yeah.
jokes.
This is getting to be a lot. We're gonna have to call like a ceasefire or perhaps an armistice.
Sure, give me the
Oh,
digits.
that was a reach. That was a reach.
It was a reach, but it was still within my grasp.
Wow. Let's continue with this battle before we forget what we're supposed to be doing.
This is it. This is the stream.
Can we,
This is
all,
what we all signed up for.
hang on. Can we all get inspiration for that?
No, this is not even the characters. Our characters don't deserve to get inspiration from something like this.
Oh man.
Oh my god, I'm crying.
Any whomst. Xanthi.
All right, let's get handsy.
All right, you're up.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Get a hold of yourselves, damn it.
All right, before things get too out of hand, let's continue.
Oh my god.
Okay.
All right, for realsies. We have to get through at least one more turn before another pun.
Okay. So Xanthi is going to turn to the now can I do something that since I don't have my alchemist fire, but I do still have a jar of alcohol in my hand. So Xanthi is going to take a small sip from it, and she's just like, she kisses the jar and she goes, "Thank you." And she then chucks it at the fire and to hopefully splash it and just like spread flames everywhere. Or make it blow up if she could, or short circuit it or something.
I almost want to make you roll a charisma saving throw to see if you actually will part with the first booze you've had in like a week.
Okay, you know what? That's fair.
After all that
More like
you've
a
been
wisdom saving throw, I feel.
I'm +7 in charisma, so I'm fine with this.
charisma saving throw, yeah.
Yes. Oh, fuck. That'll be a 5 + 7?
A 12? I don't think so. You think about it. You can't do it. No, can't do it. I really want to, but I can't.
Xanthi hesitates. She looks at the jar. She looks back at the robots, and she's like, she slowly just like puts it back in her person, and with that, she is going to she's going to cast Thunderclap. I'll do Quicken Spell if I need to. Or no, I'm going to go ahead. I don't need to because I'm doing this.
Use your action yet, yeah.
So, but I am going to use Safety Spell and make sure my party is, not.
None of your allies are in the way.
None of my allies are in the way. It has, I think Thunderclap has a distance of 100 feet. Whenever
sound can travel 100 feet.
Sound travels that far.
Okay, all right.
Radius, I believe, is 5 feet, so you can hit the two that are on you, and you won't hit any of your allies.
All right, so she's going to, after she puts the booze away, she's just going to raise her hands, and she's going to clap them together, and the sonic boom is going to just come off of her.
Those are Constitution saving throws that I need to make, correct?
Yes, so Constitution saving throw of 15.
I'm going to go ahead and I said that I actually had to roll a Constitution saving throw for Borrow for that one, and I luckily got a dirty 20.
Okay, that's fair. Both of the robots fail, so go ahead and roll some damages.
All right, that'll be 2d6 plus my d4.
All right.
That will be a 4, so 6 plus 4.
Not the d4 because the d4 from Bless is for your to hit.
Oh,
and also saving throw.
Okay. All right. So that would be.
Wait a minute. You rolled what for the charisma save on throwing things?
12.
I rolled a 12.
A 12? because you get a D4 from Bless for saving throws, so you can add a D4, and we can see. I'm going to tell you right now, you need at least a 3 on it to be able to yeet that.
Well, I rolled a 4 on this one D4 roll.
He's like, you gotta re-roll that.
It's the
Should
intention.
make you re-roll it, but you've been very punny lately, so I'm in a good mood.
I mean, it's Matt. That's how you bribe Matt. You just give him
Here,
pun
how about
jokes.
this, Matt? I
They,
won't ask to level up until the end of the session.
You won't ask what?
I won't ask to level up anymore until the end of the session.
Even though that's
gotta-
technically like subtly hinting at asking for a level up in and of itself, I'll allow it. So yeah, you actually passed your save. If you wanted to, we can retroactively let you yeet your moonshine.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and yeet my moonshine. She takes one last small sip. She kisses it and she goes, "Thank you for your service." And she she kind of like gets very excited seeing the flames if it heads. So do I need to like roll a
This is no. You don't need to roll. I just rolled dexterity saves for them as basically you doing this took the 5-foot bonfire and made it kind of expand a little bit for a turn. So what I'm going to have you do is roll create bonfire damage right now, and they're both going to take it.
Fuck you! All right. So the damage on that, would it just be roll once for that?
Yeah. You just roll whatever it says for your damage.
That'll be 3 damage.
Isn't it 2d8 at your level?
Yeah, 2d8. I got a 2 and 1.
Ah, okay.
Ouch.
All right. I'm sorry. So
What?
I've done more damage to that thunder wave.
Alrighty. If you want, you can spend a point, and then we'll keep all the thunderwave things that happened as well.
Yes, I will go ahead and do that.
Alrighty.
It'll need to be 2 points because I'm doing careful magic. So
you don't need to because nobody's nearby. So you can just roll the damage for the thunderclap.
all right. So damage for the thunderclap. God fucking damn it! Fucking 3.
Hey, we're gonna make it up there 3 at a time.
What is you doing, dog?
Alrighty.
Using D&D Beyond.
That's your mistake.
So
I'm gonna go ahead and get my D6 out.
that being said, we move to the next turn in the initiative, and you hear defenses bolstering. And you watch them go from their normal yellow paint and they just kind of vibrate for a moment, and it turns a dull green color.
Xanthus like turn to Petrichor and just be like, "Do you know what kind of magic this is?"
The arm that you have does not change color. It is just as it is. It is inert now. That being said, to Clucky, that is a dirty 20 to hit.
Yay.
And that is going to be 5 points of bludgeoning damage, which you may have. Second attack is a 18 to hit. All right. And that one I rolled well. That is 10 points of bludgeoning damage that you can reduce by half as well.
5 points halved is 2, right? You take the lower half?
Yes.
So, and then 10, so 7 damage total.
Okay, so on to Petrichor. That actually will hit them.
Spirit Shield again.
Go ahead and do it up.
That's going to be 11 points negated.
They are hit. They do not take damage. Second attack. That is also going to hit. So now they finally take some damage.
Damn it.
That's it. Alrighty. Sorry, responding to KJ. So that is them. The two that are on Xanthi. One of them that is going to be a crit,
Oh shit.
and then I rolled minimum damage on the dice. So that is 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
I would like to cast shield.
I will
That's
tell
weird.
you that it doesn't matter because the crit just means that it hits. So even if you had 45 AC and you crit with an nat 20, it's still going to hit.
You know what I think about that, Matt?
Hey, that functions for you guys as well too.
So how many points of damage did I take?
It was
12.
12. Yes, that's what I said. The second one though is going to actually back away from you. And as it does that, if you'd like, you can use your reaction to make an attack of opportunity. All right. To make an attack of opportunity, it's got to be a melee weapon, so you're going to be swinging with your dagger.
All
Oh,
right.
Wait. Do you have Warcaster?
Yes, I do.
Then you can use a cantrip so long as it. You can use it so long as it has
An attack
a
cantrip.
single target.
Mm-hmm.
Xanthi is going to raise her hands again. She's going to cross them again. 2 balls of acid are formed in her hand, and she just flings it at the one that is backing away.
Alrighty. So, con save. It fails. Roll some acid splash damage on it.
All right. It'll be 2d6. I am rolling my actual dice. That'll be a 6.
Beautiful.
And another fucking 6. Okay, real
See,
dice it
guys.
is. So that'll be a total of 12 damage.
Got it. Alrighty. So it does back up, and it gets to a point where it is a little ways away from you, and as it raises that hand that transformed a little while ago, I'm going to need Xanthi and Borrow to make dexterity saving throws as it unleashes a flamethrower in your direction.
Don't forget your D4s.
That'll be a
Don't forget your
27.
Throw. That'll be a 17 plus a d4. That will be plus 3 plus another 2. So 17, 18, 19, 20. That'll be a 22, good sir. A nasty 22.
Beautiful. You guys do both pass, so you will take half of whatever I roll here.
Am I resistant to fire or?
Yeah, you can. Oh, you already used your reaction because you can use your reaction to make yourself resistant to it. So halved because you both saved. That is going to be 11 points of fire damage. Wait, Victor.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have evasion? Can't remember if we discussed this.
That is true, I do.
Okay, so you actually take no damage. So Xanthi takes 11 and Borrow takes none. Because Borrow's a damn dirty cheater. No, I'm kidding. That being said, the two that are on Borrow. One, that's a dirty 20 to hit.
That hits.
So that
Dirty
is
bitch.
7 points. It's been slashing damage. I forgot that they converted. And then that is a 19 to hit.
Meets it.
Alrighty. So that is 10 points of slashing damage. And with that, they say one last time, offensive capabilities increasing.
Oh, no.
Borrow, it's your turn.
Noted. Baro has a moment where the fire that comes from the flamethrower, he senses the heat approaching him, and he manages to gracefully move out of the way. But in that moment, the sound distortion and the motion allows for the other two that are close to him to just slash with these new weapons, and he feels the cuts on his body, and he just after taking the cuts, he still doesn't budge, and he continues and resumes striking, still aiming at the one that he's been hitting that realizes is still not going down.
Okay.
God damn it. Does a 15 hit?
A 15 does not hit.
Figured. And neither does a 13. So key points.
Okay.
Don't you have key fueled aim?
What?
You spend a key point, you can bump up your to hit 2 points. I believe if that's what you're. I believe all monk classes have that.
I don't think I have that in this particular monk. Okay, does a 20 hit?
Yeah.
A 20 does hit. It's not natural, right?
No, it's dirty.
Okay. It's dirty. It's very dirty. All right.
That's 10 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Still up, I'm assuming.
It is.
All right, 24 to hit.
That will hit.
12 points of damage.
We haven't downed a single one yet. Holy shit.
Understood. Got it.
Oh, man, this is...
That brings us to Petrichor. Is anybody damaged now?
Oh, I've been damaged.
Yeah, I'm definitely bruised and pissed off. And I have no alcohol.
I'm damaged, but I'm fine.
Double check a thing. Now it's just about getting there. Wait a minute. Nope, that's not what that is. That's something else. Shoost. I know what KJ would want to do, but I don't know if they want to take the cost to do it.
Dun, dun, dun.
Messages. Alrighty. Hopefully we get an answer in a moment. But this is kind of a big thing, and knowing that KJ okay, KJ said sure. Petrichor, looking over and seeing Xanthi hurt, is going to seem very distraught as they leave the square that they are in, incurring not one, but 2 attacks of opportunity.
Not the baby.
One of them makes purchase. So that is this guy.
That's my reaction. Fuck.
Okay. I have Petrichor up. Damage in. Got it. Alrighty. However, they do make it over to Xanthi. And are you like very hurt?
I have 33 hit points left.
Okay. Without wanting to spend too much of KJ's resources, Petrichor will cast a first level Cure Wounds on ya, which is, holy cow, that modifier. That's awesome. Doing math. That is 12 hit points that you are healed from a first level cure wounds.
Yay!
First level.
Yeah.
Neato.
Oh, that's nice. Xanthi kind of shakes it off a little bit, and she readjusts herself, and she nods to Petrichor and thanks. Chap gently pats their head.
Insert KJ being adorable as Petrichor and being positive affirmation. The spiritual weapon will make an attack and will hit. And I will do some damages for KJ. I rolled max damage again. Bang. Killing it. Alrighty. Back to the top of the round to Clucky.
Out of all of these robots, is the only one that's taken significant damage so far is the one that I shot the arm off of?
The ones that you're fighting, that one has taken significant damage. The one that Barrow has been fighting has taken a lot more damage. It actually looks kind of rough.
All right. That's good. Okay. I'm stress pulling beard hair again. I need to stop doing that before I have patches missing once again. All right. I only have a hand axe and a fucking arm, which is going to give me improvised weapons, which I don't have proficiency with, so I won't be able to do anything with it.
Nice.
Yeah, he's just gonna start beating the shit out of this robot that he's on with the missing arm now.
Alrighty.
All right, let's see. 7 plus fucking I love this D4. 7 plus 4 7 plus 13 is 20 plus 4 24 to hit.
24 will hit.
Hand axe. And that's going to be 5 plus 4. That's 9 damage on that first hit.
9 damage. Okay, got it.
Second hit. Going to be 7 plus 8, which is 15 plus 1, 16.
16 does not hit.
Ooh, they up their AC, these little bastards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did.
That's not all they've done.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus action, Talons. 12 plus 7, 19 plus 3, 22.
That'll hit.
And that's going to be a D4, which is a 4. Fucking love this fucking thing. Plus... Oh, shit. Can we add 2 on that first attack that hit?
Okay.
And then 4 plus 2 on this one. 6 damage on this Talon attack.
Alrighty. It's looking almost as beat up as the one that Barrow's going after.
This is some bullshit, man.
Xanthi, you're up.
All right. So I have a question. Now, I am looking at Azakir's or Agonizer's Scorcher, and it says like a red dragon scale. Since like I'm part dragon, would I be able to use it without having to have the materials?
What kind of dragon are you?
It's a gold dragon, but I have it's like reddish dragon scale coming out from her skin because they look reddish in the
Oh,
persuasion for the magic.
Over here trying to self-inflict damage just to cast a spell.
that's a good point. That is a good point. How badly do you want this to work?
Really badly.
Bad enough that you'd roll one of your hit dice and take that much damage?
Oh, shit.
What do you
How
say?
lucky are you feeling? How much health do you roll whenever you do a short
clip
rest?
that for the TikToks. It was so beautiful. Just
that sound's gotta be a thing. It's like, what are you saying?
I'm scared.
We're gonna have to make that a sound alert.
So what I am saying is for Xanthi to spend one of their. Where are hit dice on D&D Beyond?
You click on the health or the short rest.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, you would spend one of your 8 d6s. You would roll it. You would add 2 to it, as you would with, spending hit dice, and you would take that much damage. And then I would say you have the material component for Aghansar Scorcher.
Potentially rolling max damage plus 2. So a total of 8 hit points just to do the spell.
Now, question: do I
That
only
is-
have to do this once, and then I have the components, or do I
Yeah.
have to do this?
It doesn't consume the component. So yes, you would have a clump of your own scales that I am for some reason saying will qualify as the material component for Aghansar Scorcher.
Presuming you stay, you don't get taken down within one round.
Fuck. All right. I have this bottle cap
You
here.
can have all your HP, but on the other hand, you can cast a spell.
I have this bottle cap. If it goes heads up, I will do it. If it's tails, I will not do it.
The weight distribution on that thing is very uneven.
Very appropriate in a land that is in part based off of Fallout. So,
and also the fact that it is a beer bottle cap, I feel like it fits Xanthi very well as her unstable demeanor. So, especially considering that like these kinds of robots are like, she can tell these things are leveling up. They're getting stronger. And so I feel like Xanthi would be willing to dabble in a sacrifice like that. So that would be heads. Okay, we're doing this.
Alrighty, roll a d6.
That is a 2.
Okay, so add 2, so total of 4. Take that much damage, and then tell the audience how Xanthi defaces herself to cast a spell.
All right. So Xanthi is going to quickly untie one of her sleeves, and she's going to rip it off. And you see kind of like a bit of scales along her skin here, as well as, again, just more scarring and large gaping holes in the backs of her arms. And she then reaches up and she grabs one of the scales that she has, and you see her just grit her teeth and she yanks. And she then, upon finally managing that she gets the scale clear, she looks at it and she just kind of chuckles to herself and she goes, perfect. And she slams it in between her hands, and she just whispers to herself in Draconic. And she is then going to slam it down onto the ground and cast Aghansar's Scorcher to any robot in range.
Alrighty.
I'm going to cast it on 4th level.
Okay. I think that is thematically appropriate. I am going to say that you can hit the ones that are on the side with you and Borrow.
All right. Do I need to use my careful magic in order for me to not hit Borrow?
You can.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and use my careful.
Question: would that be something that would require evasion, like dexterity saving throw?
Remind me if careful spell is advantage on the save or if it is auto save.
Automatically succeed a saving throw.
So,
No, but
Borrow,
I'm
you will
talking
not
about
be
like
taking.
I'm talking about the save that you need to make from the Scorcher.
Is a dexterity saving throw, which would apply for evasion. Therefore, the fact that quite careful spell is happening, you are automatically passing, which means with evasion, you are taking no damage, despite the fact that you are being surrounded by a torrent of flame.
Right. I'm just saying whether or not is necessary for Xanthi to spend the careful magic when if I succeed the save, I automatically don't get
I
damage.
understand now.
See what I'm saying?
Right, now I do.
So like I'll rather take the
That is up to you guys.
I'll take the risk.
Conserve your sorcery points is what he's saying.
Yeah.
And let him make the roll.
All
Mhm.
right.
Okay. We have 4 dexterity saves on my end coming up.
What's the number?
The number for dex saving throw is 15.
Yep.
Don't forget
I rolled a 23 and I have evasion, so I don't take any damage.
plus your
Yeah.
D4.
I don't need it.
He a Dexy boy.
But still roll the D4 so you can rub it in their face. Just be like,
No. Well, why?
Do it for KJ.
do it for
Do it
KJ.
for Petrichor.
I'm not gonna waste the D4.
How dare Borrow deny Petrichor's wishes? Not wishes, demands. Demands.
It's not adding anything to the result.
It's adding gloating.
We haven't taken
KJ
down
just said
one
in chat,
mortal.
it'll make me feel better, though.
We haven't taken down one of these guys.
Xanthi,
no
go ahead
gloating
and
here.
roll damage.
All right. So that will be 5d8s. All right. Give me a moment. I'm not using the freaking. All right, hold on. I gotta find the D8. I think this
is the diamond one.
It's the diamond one. Found it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
5 times individually. Oh my god.
Yes. Yeah. First is gonna be 8.
Nice.
Second is gonna be 3, 7,
18,
and 6.
24.
24. Got it. So.
Wait, did I roll 5 or did I roll 4?
4.
Oh, so I get one more. 4.
28.
Yeah, boy.
28. So that's gonna be.
Baller.
Got it. And then. Numbers and numbers. Got it. Awesome. That being said, you all watch as a lot of these are looking pretty rough. Some of them haven't been touched yet, but that's okay because you watch them all go to swing out at you all again, and you hear a very loud, very high-pitched bell ringing. And you watch these automatons posture up, stand still, lower their arms, and hold in place.
Xanthi immediately crouches down and almost like an attack mode upon hearing this like giant bell and siren, and she's still like gripping her scale in her hand, and she kind of in a way she's on full attack mode now, especially now that this alarm is going off because shit's like this happened before.
They start to walk back to where they came from, and when they reach there, the walls start to close up around them.
Clucky's gonna throw the arm that he has at the robot that he took the arm from.
Make an attack roll.
One of these fuckers are gonna die.
14 plus, let's go, still 7. Okay, cool. 21 plus 2, 23 to hit.
It hits and kind of like hits and rolls over so that it actually goes into this area that they're going at. You hear it kind of skitter across the ground. And once they're all in, the shutters close behind them. And a door opens and 4 soldiers come in. They're not like approaching you guys. They're just walking in. And behind them is a older looking human man, and he walks into the middle of these 4 soldiers, looks at you all and goes, "That was pretty darn impressive, if I do say so myself. I am General Robert Parsnick, and I think I have something that can benefit the both of us." That's where we are going to end tonight's session.
You bastard. Clunky throws his tomahawk.
Oh no.
Please don't. Borrow uses redirect.
Take this, you old bitch. You dirty old bitch.
Can
Thank
you
you
still
all.
understand? So
Yeah, tongues is still up.
This is going to be fun.
Enemy ahead. Die, traitor.
Threat
Thank you all
interpreted.
very much for tuning in. Everybody, I hope that we all had a blast. I hope that things look good. This was my first time running the stream. Our producer, Michael St. Gregory, could not be with us tonight. He will be back next time, we're hoping, and we miss him because, holy cow, this was a lot of pressure for me. And I'm glad that it kind of went as the way that it did. So, that being said, do we know if we're playing Worm Watch on Sunday or if it's that's going to be another week off? I forget.
I think it's Fridays that are every other day. I think we play Worm Watch every Sunday.
Okay.
Yes.
Unless Michael
tune
has
into-
something else planned.
Tune into at 2B Dice ADV on TikTok for an announcement on when the next Frontiers of Eberron game is going to be. Other than that, Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago will resume next Wednesday as well. Thank you all very nice, and have a good night.
Let's go, Cookie for the win.
Xanthi's blowing shit up.